Good morning,
Hello.
Hello. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. And if you are joining us this morning, you are joining us here live at Comic Con, and we are at the KidsCon tournament. And today is the big day. It's going to be an epic games that follow. With me on the couch, of course, I have Nseeker 707, and Nseeker is, of course, a professional gamer as well as makes a living out of esports, don't you, Seeker?
Well, I try.
All
But
right.
yes, it's awesome to be here today. I mean, the crowd is absolutely looking amazing, and we are so excited to bring you the double elim bracket for today.
Absolutely, and the double elim bracket, of course, with the first match kicking off, that'll be between Stain City and Red Hill Schools this morning. So we are super excited. Of course, we are running a capture the flag today. That is the general map layout. There's 4 classes within each map, so it's going to be very interesting to see how these teams will be choosing their maps and classes as well. So I think we have production in our ear, so we will check when the teams are ready, and we will bring you to those games cams shortly.
Right. And if you do hear a little bit of an echo, it's because we are literally sitting right next to the stage. So you will hear the crowd, you will hear the excitement, and you will hear us lose our minds.
Absolutely. There's also, of course, a reverberation because there's a slight delay between us speaking and the actual stream. There's about a 3-second delay. Depending on the network, 3 to 5 seconds, and that is the delay that you are hearing maybe in the background as well. But the vibe here is awesome. I can see the buzz. The crowds are coming in as the teams are readying up as well, as we are getting ready for our first game. And
Although, I don't know, Yaku, I can't really hear the crowd. Do you think they're actually out there?
yeah, so we've just been notified by production that they are just swapping out one of the devices. Apparently one of the devices is a little bit short on battery, it seems, or something like that. So they are swapping out one of the devices. So once that device is swapped out, we will be ready to go. I think in the
Look at
meantime,
that. Did you hear that?
yeah.
All right, so the crowd is out there. It's great to hear you guys. And welcome, of course, to today. We're super excited to have you here.
Awesome.
All right, so the crowd is out there. It's great to hear you guys. Welcome, of course, to today. We're super excited to have you here.
So I think we're going to go to a very quick, I think let's do a cricket ad break while we are waiting for that machine to be swapped out, and then we will be back with you as soon as those teams are ready. There we go, and we believe that they've almost done with that swap out of the screen, or the swap out of the PC. My apologies. The teams that are going to be playing each other in the first round now, Stain City Schools and Red Hill Schools. So super excited for these teams to kick off and get this morning's proceedings underway.
All right, so we're going to show the stage and exactly what it looks like.
Round is ready to kick off in 1 minute.
Sounds like 1 minute until we kick off. Not sure if you could hear that.
The stage is looking absolutely amazing.
Sounds like 1 minute until we kick off. Not sure if you could Alright, so you can see that beautiful trophy in the middle there, and of course all the prizes that you can that the kids are going to be able to win today. Yaku, do you want to run through that quickly?
Yeah, so I mean, there's quite a few prizes up for grabs. The total prize value is around 50,000 rand.
Right, so we're going to go to a quick intermission just to sort out some small things, but we'll be right back with you in a little.
The Comic-Con Finals, Round 1.
There we go. So we are ready to go, and I heard some amazing. I can hear the vibe going. It's absolutely crazy.
Six.
5, 4, 3, 2,
2,
1.
1, and there we go.
Oh, we are off. Right, of course, this one is a little bit different to what we always used to, that sort of speed run element, right? So this is a capture the flag, if I'm correct.
Absolutely. So this is a capture the flag. We are now quickly finding the teams here, where they are. They are in the arena area. Let's find the players. We already see some of the red players over there. They've already collected. Of course, there's 4 classes today, Sika. You've got your 2 runners, then you've got a archer, as well as a I think it's called a protector, right?
Defender.
A defender. There we go. So the idea is, of course, is that they capture the flags and take it to the enemy's base. On this first map, there is 9 flags, and the one basically with 5 flags being captured first, they are the winning team. Now, of course, the teams can PvP against each other and ensure that they try and slow down the other team, which we can see is happening here now between a red and a blue player. So let's see if they can capture that flag. And I heard the players there going, they have the flags. They are heading over towards the team enemy base. There's, of course, also some distractions in terms of zombies that slow down the players as well.
Right, of course, you have sort of different ways that you can sort of play this kind of game mode, right? So you can either send your team out to just plant those flags on the enemy base as much as possible, leave your base sort of open, and try and stop the other players from getting there even before they can get to a defender. The other option, of course, is to make sure that the other team can't get to your flag at all. Is there a time limit in case that happens?
Correct. So there is a time limit on the first map of 10 minutes. The second map will have a time limit of 15 minutes, and the third map will also have a time limit of 15 minutes. So there we see Steyn City School in a big view on your screen. If you are watching the stream with us or live here at the event, you can see there's a lot of PvP going on here. There's some players fighting. So Steyn City killed one of the radial players there. There's a lot of arrow work going on. I see the PvP section here is taking a front seat over the capturing of the flags. At the moment, the scoring is 1-0 for blue, so Red Hill in the lead with one flag at the moment. At the moment, the scoring is 1-0 for blue, so Red Hill in the lead with one flag at the moment. So I can see there's a lot of fighting going on here in the lower section of the map around that big tree. I just want to see, I think it's equalized now. There we go, we have confirmation. It's 1-1 now. So both Radial and Steyn City both have one flag.
Right, so the water actually brings a little bit of a different element into this, don't you think? So, I mean, you can sort of run around or whatever, but the water does slow you down a little.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So the water does slow you down. And also, of course, the fact that, there's a lot of these higher blocks, right? So there's some parkour combined with the PvP elements, which makes it even more difficult.
I'm going to say it. You can have the higher ground.
Right. So I want to see what's happening here with the flag count. I think it is still 1-1 at the moment. Now, of course, if both these teams are on 1-1 by the time that the timer runs out, then of course these two teams will be teleported to a sudden death area where it will be everyone versus everyone, and the first team to take out all the other players will be the winning team, right?
All right, but we want to hear the support for these teams. Guys, who is here to support Red Hill and Steyn City School? Can we hear you in the crowd?
Yeah, there we go, guys. We need some support from the crowd. They're cheering on these teams as they fight it off. The scoring still at 1-1 at the moment.
5 minutes left in this match. Let's cheer my team.
So we have a 5-minute call on the map. At the moment, the scoring still 1-1.
Okay, it seems as though teams are concentrating a lot more on the PvP element than actually getting those flags to their bases.
Absolutely. So at the moment, like I said, the PvP element is taking a little bit of what do we call it? Precedence. Taking a little bit of precedence over the capture of the flag. Of course, guys, the idea here is that the teams don't get caught up in the PvP element, because what will win them the game is actually the flags.
But of course, it's more fun to actually fight the other team, because that's esports, is it not?
Fair enough, absolutely. It is more fun actually being part of the PvP element. But it is the flags that will win the game, right?
Of course.
So I see there's some high tree action going on here. We've got some of the Stain City players over at the red, but there is a radial player right on his heels, and there's some PvP action. They might knock each other off here. There we go.
Is there full damage?
Luckily there is a little bit of full damage, but full damage is less, of course, for the archers, right?
Okay.
So let's have a look around the map here. I'm just checking the scoring for us.
All right, so it looks like it's still 1-1 at the moment. So we actually need one of these teams to get a flag to the enemy base so that they can just edge into the lead a little bit.
Yes, there we go. It would be advisable for these teams to now start pushing for the flags because time is running out. I think there's around about 3 minutes left on the clock before they will go into the sudden death section. We'll confirm the time now. So we have confirmation of 3 minutes and 10 seconds. And then they will be teleported to the sudden death section, and both these teams will fight it out to see who the winning team is.
Ooh, and they're close. Are they
But
going to get there?
they are just fighting. I see there is a defender there. Oh, and the defender, of course, with that heavy armor doing a good job.
This is super exciting.
Right, so both these teams heavily engaged in the PvP element. One flag each. So they will, it looks like, unless another team banks a flag, they will go to sudden death.
Ooh, we can actually hear the teams right here next to us going, you need to get the flag. You guys need to get the flag.
It's very confusing for me today because I can hear the team shouting, I can hear us in the background, I can hear the production team in our ears. So it's it's quite a lot happening at the moment. So Stain City now has 2 flags. Radial still on 1. So if the time does run out, Stain City will take the win. So Stain City now leading with 2 flags over Radial. 1 minute and 14 seconds left. This is now exciting. Will Radial get another flag to level it out, and then it will go to the sudden death? At the moment, it is Stain City leading with 2 flags.
So, Yaku, what actually happens in the case of sudden death?
So in the case of sudden death, both these teams are transported into a sudden death area, and it is last man standing. So they will fight each other until there is no one left in the other team.
So no respawn. It's literally...
Correct.
Ooh,
1 minute left.
I'm not going to lie. I kind of want to see that.
Even me. I think it's actually pretty cool. So we have 1 minute left, and Stain City leading with 1 flag at the moment. So it's 2-1. Radial has 1 flag. Stain City has 2 flags. Stain City is defending this little base area. So I can see they've got a defender as well as an archer in that area defending. And I think they've now adopted this strategy of keeping the other team out of this base area to make sure that there's no flags coming in.
Well, if you were in the lead with 1 flag, wouldn't you do the same thing?
We got 30 seconds.
All right, so we have 30 seconds left, and Stain City has managed to get a third flag onto the enemy base. So Stain City now in the lead, 3-1.
Oof, and there's a bit of PvP going on in the center still, but Stain City leading with 3 flags to 1. We are having a look at the Radial player who's trying to get past that archery defender. 10 seconds left on the map. And that is time. Stain City takes the first win.
All right, congratulations to Stain City.
And well done to Stain City. So we are going to quickly move over onto the stage cam so we can see the stage there. but well done to Stain City taking that first round. So guys, if you are watching the stream with us, or if you are in the audience and watching the leaderboard, you will see those leaderboards update throughout the day as the matches occur, and that will of course show you how the teams progress. Now the next two teams are of course already readying up, and that is the teams of Holy Rosary and Blue Prep, who will play the next game. So this morning, quite exciting with the PvP element. It's really, really interesting to see how these teams battle it out. And I mean, I don't know, Sika, what's your view on the PvP element? Are you enjoying it?
I'm really enjoying it. Like for me, this is esports. So you know, you have to take different roles. You have defenders, you got to have attackers, you got to have the slayers involved. And I really like watching these teams and how their strategy works. I think that's going to be a really interesting element to today's tournament.
Absolutely, I agree.
Cool. Awesome. So we are obviously, having the teams get a little bit of a pep talk there, run through how it works, or what's allowed, what's not allowed, and all of that kind of stuff. And I think while the teams are doing that, maybe we just run through another ad break quickly.
Absolutely. I think production at the moment is just checking on one of the sound issues on stage. So I think we're going to go to that ad break very shortly.
To be the best.
To beat
The best.
It's how my friends and I stay connected.
All over the world.
A place to really belong.
Unbelievable love day in and day out.
Because I love it.
It's an escape.
There's nothing else like it.
For that feeling of adrenaline.
However, look at this. Synonymous with
To win.
How could you not like that?
Taking off, flying high like a spaceship. Take control, take a shot, what you're waiting for. Keep it real, never go fake this. So we make it.
And that's why.
Second verse, I'm telling you I'm ready to go, letting you know, cause I'm never below the ones that I roll with, or incredibly known for getting down to the nitty gritty. If you really with me, let's go. Moves made.
Perfect. So guys, of course, I mean, today would not be possible without our sponsors, and we have such amazing sponsors on board. I mean, our main hardware sponsor for this tournament is of course Lenovo, which have come really, really on board, helping us with all the hardware elements. We've got Windows, actually Microsoft. We've got Cricket, Everkey. Nexus is also a sponsor of ours, of course. Nsika, a employee of Nexus as well. We have Cooler Master, Corsair. There's such a lot of brands that have come to the party from a prize support perspective, from a hardware perspective. Absolutely amazing having these brands on board. Sika, I don't think anything like this is possible by yourself, right?
No, definitely not. I mean, besides brand support and sponsorship and that, we've got these amazing schools who came through to Comic-Con to actually compete at this tournament. And you guys should be so excited and so proud that you were here and doing this amazing thing.
Absolutely. I mean, never forget. I mean, this is the main thing, right? Is we're doing it for the schools. I mean, yesterday we had 16 schools. They played all the seeding and the placing matches, identifying the top 8 schools, and those, of course, are the schools that are competing today. Speaking about schools, we want to show you the bracket very quickly. The brackets have been updated with Stain City taking that first win, and that, of course, leads us now on to the second game, which is the game between Holy Rosary and Blue Prep around the PvP. So we will be showing you the bracket if you are watching the stream with us.
Do you think the stream can hear the support going on in the background?
I actually don't know. Maybe we should ask the stream, so the people that are watching us online, maybe let us know if you can hear the crowd. For us, it's an incredible vibe here. I mean, I can hardly hear myself think. And we've got the crowd shouting, we've got some good cheering going on from some of the schools that are here. So it is very, very vibey, very interesting.
Other than that, otherwise, I don't think the stream can hear them. I think the schools should shout louder.
Yes, absolutely. We need to hear extra loud so that I can make sure the stream can hear the crowd as well. There we go. We heard some screaming,
whoop-whoops going on there.
Some whoop-whoops and on the stage.
All right, so we're going to cross through to the bracket now and just show you the schools that are competing today.
There we go, guys. So if you are looking at your screen right now, you will see the bracket has been updated with Steyn City taking that first win over the Radial Schools. We will be moving on to the next game, which is Holy Rosary and Baloo Prep, and I believe the teams are almost ready to start, and then we will bring you that next match. For now, we are going to leave the standings for you on the board until those teams are ready, and we will get going. For now, we are going to leave the standings for you on the board.
actually here that we're going to sort out. Please excuse us for the inconvenience.
There we go. So it seems that the guys are ready to start the next match. And we are going to get underway. And if I have it correctly, we are now going to be looking at Holy Rosary versus Blue Prep. So that's going to be a very interesting match to see. And as soon as we are ready, we are going to go to game cam for you, so the audience watching with us today here at Comic Con can also see. And I think we're going to start in about 5 seconds. There we go.
All right, and we know that Holy Rosary actually won the School Spirit Award yesterday. Is that correct?
Absolutely. So Holy Rosary, during the seeding matches yesterday, they were full of spirit. And they, of course, won the School Spirit Award. So we're just checking with the production team quickly. I don't know if that map actually kicked off. Let's go to game cam if we can. I'd like to just see what's on there. Interesting though that these PvP maps, with the different players, playing different roles, it makes it very complex for the teams, right?
It does. It does. I mean, there we go. We're back onto the map again.
There we go. So back to game cam, and we are going to look for those players very quickly. Of course, our cameraman has to fly all over to find the players. And there we go. We found them. We are looking at Holy Rosary on the left-hand side of your screen. They're, of course, in red. And Blue Prep, they will be in blue. And we will swap out the screens periodically to show you different perspectives of different teams. A lot of PvP suddenly going on right here in the middle. That tree being fought quite heavily for.
It's the tree of knowledge, correct? All right, so we are, are we going to see some more flags? I hope we're really going to see some more flags.
I hope we see some more flags. And of course, we will give you score updates as they go along and bring these flags into the base area. At the moment, of course, it's still 0-0, and both these teams are on PvPing. I see there's some teams that are doing an interesting tactic here, and I've seen it now for the second time. I saw Stain City doing the same thing in the first map, where they have a player going almost up top, which is not a bad idea because you have quite a good view on what's going on below you. So it's quite a good strategy having, I almost want to say, a bird's eye view of the map.
Or like a commander position.
Yes,
directing all the players.
Where did we have Commander? In Battlefield, did we?
In Battlefield, yes.
Yes, we had Commander mode in Battlefield. So a lot of PvP action. Of course, as Ensika mentioned earlier today, some of these elements making it a little bit more difficult for the players when they have to go into, for example, the water. It does slow them down quite a bit and makes them easy targets for the archers as well.
Oh, so you've always got like a more interesting way of getting across, though. You don't go through the water. You kind of have to jump across all those blocks at the top there. So your parkour skills do kind of come into account there.
Absolutely. So I think there's a couple of skills that guys are utilizing in these maps. I mean, one is obviously their parkour skills. Two is definitely their archery skills. And then, of course, hand-to-hand combat as well, when it comes to the runners, right? So at the moment,
and
the
the grab and run
still
skills.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Of course, the score at the moment is still 0-0. Both these teams are PvPing. And I see there's quite a bit of defending going on. There's a chase here as well.
I find it the funniest thing to watch the Blue Prep character there running around with arrows sticking out his back.
Yes, did you see that? Oh, yes, 2-on-1. Let's see.
Oh. Are they fighting each other?
No, they don't have to do that. Sorry, we're just checking with our production team. I couldn't hear the score confirmation there.
Right, so it looks like Blue Prep has got one flag in, so it's 1-0 to Blue Prep at the moment. Let's see if Holy Rosary can get those flags in there. They definitely have the support.
So Blue Prep leading the match then with 1-0. They have one flag in. Let's see if Holy Rosary can push.
Ooh, a second flag now for Baloo. Holy Rosary needs to do some defending on that flag then if they're going to stop that count from getting any higher.
So Baloo Prep really pushing hard here, leading the game at the moment with 2 flags to 0. Holy Rosary doing some good defending. I see they've got their runners here on the outside, trying to collect those maps and getting into that space. But it looks like Baloo has adopted this strategy of defending their base area now. Let's just see if the Holy Rosary player can manage to get out of their way here. I can hear the Holy Rosary girls cheering from the crowds there, so they are really trying to give their team a bit of a moral boost. But it is the team of Baloo Prep leading at the moment with a score of 2-0, so having 2 flags in there.
So very interesting sort of strategy here from Baloo Prep. They've got the 2 flags in there, and now they're sort of defending their side just to make sure. They've got their 2 lead, and they're like, no, that's it. That's no more flags are getting anywhere.
So I can see there's an interesting thing happening here as well. I mean, in terms of what we're talking about regarding the defending, it definitely does look like that is their strategy. But I see now also the Holy Rosary players here trying to go through that little parkour section, sort of higher up in the tree, just to try and get some additional flags. It is still the Baloo Prep team leading with 2 flags versus 0. So definitely Holy Rosary needs to push. I'm also doing a time check with our production team, so we will give you an update on how much time is left on this map.
We have 5 minutes left.
So we've just had confirmation from the production team there is 5 minutes left on this map, so they've pretty much gone halfway, with Baloo Prep leading with 2 flags over 0 from Holy Rosary. So Holy Rosary have more than enough time left to actually go and get these flags.
Oh, looks like there's a little bit of a battle here happening on this platform. Oh, no. The Holy Rosary player, they're running away with arrows through them.
And it's so difficult when they try and run away and they head into that water, because of course the water slows them down completely. And I mean, it pretty much makes it impossible to try and get away. And we've just had confirmation that another flag has been dropped by Baloo Prep. So Baloo Prep now on 3, Holy Rosary on 0. So Baloo Prep establishing a firm lead at the moment. I see the Holy Rosary defender here in the middle. So obviously there's not defending going on the Holy Rosary base. And I see the strategy here from Baloo Prep is it looks like they've got at least two players defending on base, trying to keep the Holy Rosary players out of that flag area. We have a Holy Rosary player here going around the long way, but again that water does slow down the play. It makes it very difficult. And the crowd is really getting into it now. So there's a lot of defending going on here. I'm just doing a time check. We should be coming up to around 2.5 minutes now. So around 2.5 minutes left. And it is crazy defending at this platform at the moment. We've got defenders on runners. We've got runners chasing after archers. There is a flag carrier for the Holy Rosary side. And Baloo has just placed their 4th flag. So the Baloo Prep team need one more flag to clinch this match, or the time will run out. So will they get another flag in?
You can hear the support there for the Baloo Prep kids. And yeah, we're coming up to the end of this match now. We're going to see Baloo Prep be the first team to actually get all 5 of their flags.
Let's see if Baloo Prep gets that 5th flag in there. That'll of course end the game immediately with them taking 5 out of 9 flags. Alternatively, we've just been confirmed that there's about 1 minute and 45 seconds left on this map. So if the time runs out, Baloo will still take the win, because at the moment the scoring there 4-0 versus Holy Rosary. Holy Rosary putting up a very big fight here. They've had several flag carriers coming into that area, with Baloo then just defending that blue square like their life depended on it. And I see this is still the strategy here at the moment. I mean, you can see the Baloo Prep players all being in the blue squares here. There is 1 minute left on the clock. So Holy Rosary has an opportunity to still get a flag in there. Now, of course, guys, remember today is a double elimination, which means that a team has to lose twice before they are actually out of the competition. So I just wanted to call that out again. And it looks like we are coming up towards the end of this map. Baloo Prep, they have a score of 4 at the moment. Holy Rosary do have some defenders there, but I think they've now decided that they would rather PvP. And you can of course hear the crowd at the background. Scoring at the moment is a 4-0 for Baloo Prep, so they have really come out in force, chasing down those flags today. There is still a little bit of PvP on, but I think we are coming up to the end of this match now. And there is a countdown. And that is the end of the match. And that is the end of round 2. So Baloo Prep taking that win with a score of 4-0. So absolutely well done to these teams. How crazy was that, right?
That was actually really a really good run there by Baloo Prep. I really was excited. I wanted them to get that 5th flag though. I was going for it, like, yes, go.
Well, we'll see when the teams get the 5th flag. Of course, that will automatically end the game, especially on this first map. There is 9 flags. So it's the first team that gets 5 flags, or of course, if the time runs out, the team with the most flags. Of course, if they both end on exactly the same amount of maps, they get transported to a sudden death area, and then it's of course last man standing. So I mean, extremely exciting environment for the kids to play in. They have those 4 roles, being able to capture the flag, being able to defend. They have the archers as well. So very complex actually for the kids if you think about it. I mean, I wrap it up in like 30 seconds, but it's a complex environment, right?
It is, and the complexity doesn't just stop at what your strategy is going to be. The complexity actually carries on to how you're going to adapt to what the other team is doing. Because for instance, if they go all out and they just go for those flag plants, are you gonna change and become more defensive, or are you going to match them?
It's very strategic, right? I mean, there's a lot of strategy involved in these things, because you have to now decide, what is your game plan? Are you going to go full out PvP? Are you going to go for flags first? Who are you going to use to get the flags? Are you using your runners, your defenders? What is your actual strategy? So one of the things that I've been seeing, at least through the last 2 maps, is that it was sort of a good idea for some of the teams to almost get a higher vantage point, because it gives them ability to look down on the map and almost guide their teammates, because there's a lot of communication going on between these teams, right?
There really is, and you can see that the teams are doing their little huddles beforehand and discussing their strategies. So it's really getting intense here, and I think we're going to have a lot of fun for the rest of the day.
Absolutely. Absolutely, guys. So if you are watching the stream with us, we will be showing you the bracket shortly. We will go to a 5-minute interval just to get everybody a bit of a breather, chance before we move on to our next matches. Of course, the standings have already been updated. The winners of the first 2 games was Stain City Schools and Baloo Prep. They have both gone through to the next part of the bracket. The 2 losing teams, of course, have moved down to the lower bracket. Again, today is a double elimination, so both those teams that have lost the match has to be knocked out again before they can actually, before they will actually exit the tournament. While we are here, we are going to go to a 5-minute intermission or so, again, just to have everybody catch their breath, and we will be back with you shortly. Right, so we are almost ready to go with our next match, and we are going to get going as soon as I think the teams are readying up. We're doing some final checks, and I think everything is ready. So 1 minute until start. We have confirmation from the production team. So as soon as we are ready, we are going to go to those game cams, and we will bring you the next match. Of course, the next match now will be between Centennial and Crawford. And it's Crawford Lonial, of course. I have to remember to say that, because there's more than one Crawford, right? Well, not today, but I mean normally.
No, they are. They are more than one team yesterday.
You're right. You're right. Crawford Santon as well, right? It's Crawford Lonial and Crawford Santon. There we go. I've got to remember. And yesterday, I've actually didn't call out Crawford Lonial, so I'm going to call them out a lot today.
20 seconds. Are we ready?
All right, so we're about to start the next round. So I think we're going to go to the game cam soon. So we'll see you there.
10, 9, 8,
All right.
7,
6,
There we go. And we're about to start. We're on the game cam.
2, 1.
Let's see.
All right, so of course here we've got Centennial Schools in the red and Crawford Lone Hill in blue this time around.
So let's have a look here. So Centennial School right at the bottom of the tree, and I think they are working their way up, and let's see where they go. I think they might go for the flags first, because I see the players are pretty much steering away from each other, so it doesn't look like Centennial and Crawford Lonial want to engage in too much of PvP action at the moment. There's a little bit of PvP happening, and I see there's some player support going on there on the far side of the tree as well. So let's see how they find their way up the tree to go and get those flags. And of course our observers, our cameramen, have their hands full trying to stay with these players all the time. We are looking here at Crawford Lonial making their way around the far side of the map. A little bit of PvP action happening in the center, and now I think the teams are settling down. Centennial Schools watching out for their own area.
So I see there's a very interesting dynamic happening over here with the Crawford Lone Hill players. Their defenders actually going with the flag bearer instead of staying back at their own base.
That is an interesting way to play capture the flag, because very often you find that the actual defender is almost tasked to defend the person carrying the flag, which is probably not a bad idea. It does, of course, leave your base a little bit open for the other team to bring in a flag, but I mean, not a bad strategy, right?
So we see that obviously their sort of strategy here is to get that flag to the other base, and not really worry too much about the other team getting to their base.
Exactly. So the score at the moment is still 0-0. Definitely a lot less PvP happening here between Crawford Lonial and Centennial than what we've seen before. I mean, in the first two games that we saw, there was an extreme high amount of PvP happening between the players, whereas it almost looks a little bit more strategic between these two teams. So definitely less PvP. They are looking to find those flags and try and bed down their first flags. Score still 0-0 at the moment. We of course are looking on the main screen at Crawford Lonial. Oh, and there is some PvP going on. That might have been a bit of a far drop to survive. Oh no, the player did survive. He managed to not die on impact.
With like 1 health point left.
And then we have 3 Crawford Lonial players here on towards the base side. I'm just going to confirm a time for us with our production team as well. So time left from our production team is 7 minutes confirmed. So only 3 minutes into the map at the moment. So currently the score still 0-0. Definitely, from what I can see here, definitely there's, oh well, as I say, definitely less PvP. Suddenly there's a lot of PvP.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you can't really predict these things too much. We haven't sort of figured out the strategy yet from Centennial School, so maybe let's switch to them and actually have a look at what they're doing there.
I see the arrows flying.
Restart this match. We have some technical issues that is giving one team a severe disadvantage. So we are going to restart this match. Please stay tuned. Sorry for the inconvenience.
Alright, so it was confirmed by one of our technical checkers that there was a disadvantage to the one team. So to minimize the disadvantage, they will restart the map. That is the fair thing to do, to make sure that everybody starts on level footing again. So that will take a few seconds. We do apologize for that. As soon as that's sorted out, then we will come back and with the match restarted. It will be a lot quicker though, because of course all the players are already in, everybody's already chosen their roles, all of those sort of things. But to keep it fair, they will restart the map.
Yeah, luckily there was no map advantage from either team at this point, so it is a pretty fair restart at this conjunction.
Perfect. So I think let's go to. Well, I think that they might stay with us. I don't think it'll take that long.
Yeah, it doesn't look like we're going to an ad break.
For them to restart the map. But maybe we can do some RGB ad breaks. Let's do that. Let's go to an RGB ad break, and when we come back, we should be ready to restart that map. There we go. And we are now unmuted.
There we go.
Fun and games today. And we are about to start this match in 10 seconds. Of course, we had to do the restart. There was a disadvantage to one of the teams, unfortunately, because of a hardware issue. So we stopped the match and restarted the match for fairness sake. There
For
we go.
fairness sake, yes.
Of course, we want all the teams to compete as fairly as possible, trying to standardize everything today as much as possible. And this will be the matchup or the restart matchup between Centennial Schools and Crawford Lonial.
9, 8,
Alright, so we're a few seconds away here. We're about to start.
Yeah, it's exciting times.
And there we go.
Right, and the teams are spawned in, and let's see. And we have the Centennial Schools team all rushing out to the middle. We have the Crawford Lonial team taking up position a little bit in defense. We've got their 2 runners heading into the middle of the map as well. So let's see where they end up. I see some of the Lonial players are choosing the route through the middle. They're going through the water. Of course, they have to go up the street to try and find these flags. There's some PvP engagement going in there. There's some backup arrows coming here from the Crawford base side. And look at that archery going on. That's pretty good.
Some really good shots there on the archery, actually. I'm quite impressed.
Absolutely. There was some good archery support coming there out of the Lonial base. We have Centennial going up this little parkour section, being interrupted by those arrows. So we're looking here at Crawford Lonial, and they are gathering their troops, deciding where they would want to go. You know what, the thing is that I'm seeing is that I see it almost looks like the teams are first sussing each other out a bit before they decide to go for those flags. And then when they see what the other team's strategy is, either hanging back into base or coming towards them, then they decide to go for the flags. We've got Lonial now pushing into the top of the tree, trying, I think, pushing to try and get one of those flags. And we've got Centennial also here at the base area. So 2 minutes down in this map, we have 8 minutes left. There was a strange movement there. So let's have a look at where the Centennial. Oh, and there's some.
Oh, look at
there's some.
Wow.
Oh, extremely good archery there. The Lonial players getting interrupted on their way up into that tree. And PvP action right here on the Centennial base area as well. But there's 2 defenders from Lonial.
Ooh.
And now it does look like Centennial is rushing into that area. Still very good defending there by the Centennial. In the meantime, Centennial have managed to secure 2 flags. We're just confirming scoring with the production team, but it does sound like they've got the score is 2-0 at the moment.
It's an interesting sort of strategy as well. I mean, when the other team starts to sort of attack your base, then is a really good time to actually take the flag to their base as well.
Absolutely.
Leaves them a bit open. I mean, maybe they have a defender there, but maybe there's only one defender left.
Right, so we're checking with our scoring team. I believe it is 2-1 at the moment for Centennial Schools.
You can actually kind of hear the kids going a bit wild on the side here. It's really great to hear.
And it's so loud at the moment with the kids screaming from the stages area. I'm struggling to hear what the production team is actually saying to us. So I just want to confirm the scoring is 2-0 at the 2-1 at the moment. My apologies, 2-1 for Centennial Schools. So Lonial has to push to either even the flags, or they have to, of course, do one better. At the moment, the scoring is 2-1 for Centennial Schools.
Looks like Lone Hill's on a bit of a mission at the moment. I really do love the movement of the Minecraft characters because they do look like they're missioning whenever they run somewhere.
It does, right? And of course now the sprinters are actually a little bit faster, right? So the defenders and the archer is slightly slower as a character than the actual sprinters. So the sprinters look like they're working even harder when they run, right? So let's see what is happening here. See, there is a flag carrier on the Lonial side. And the scoring still 2-1 at the moment. We are doing a time check with our production team as well, so we will bring you what is left on the clock at the moment. So 5 minutes and 10 seconds it has been confirmed.
Players, you have 5 minutes remaining, sir. 5 minutes and 10 seconds.
So there's a big push here by the Centennial Schools. Let's just see which area they are on. Are they going to opt to rather defend their area now that they have the lead, or will they keep pushing those flags? So Lonial on 1 at the moment, Centennial Schools on 2 flags. Will Lonial push for the even up score to get them into the sudden death area, or will Centennial try and capitalize on their lead at the moment?
It does look like Centennial's strategy at the moment is to leave 3 defenders sort of at their base because they are in the lead at the moment, so you know they have that advantage. So if as long as they can stop Crawford Lone Hill from getting to their base and putting their flag down, I think that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to just keep that advantage.
Try and keep their lead, right? So although we've got Lonial here, and Lonial is still secretly looking for another flag. So they've got a couple of players that are sort of searching around. There is definitely a flag still available. There we go, and the jump is made up. So this is also a little bit of a difficult jump for the Lonial player because they are, of course, basically rocket launched into the air by that what did you call it last time? The slimy stuff.
Oh, the goo.
the goo blocks.
The slime. I think it's slime.
Yeah, so they are being launched. But I think actually the correct naming is bouncing blob. I think that's actually the correct name. So they are being.
I would never have guessed that.
They are being launched into the air by this bouncy blob, and then they of course have to cross over that parkour section to be able to get to that flag. So the scoring is still 2-1 for Centennial Schools, and I think the time is starting to run out now. So a bit of time pressure on Lonial to get another flag into that spot if they want to even it out. And I'm just doing a time check here with our production team as well. It should be about 2.5 minutes at the moment.
There's a lot of PvP happening right there in that space right now.
So the teams are all engaged in hand-to-hand fighting there. We do have some Lonial players around the edges of the map. I think they might want to still try and push. They have 2 minutes left, so if they can get one more flag, they can even it out and go into the sudden death section. Or alternatively, at the moment, they are 1 flag down on Centennial. So Centennial Schools leading with 2 flags versus the 1 flag from Crawford Lonial. Big battles going on here. So it has been confirmed. In the meantime, Centennial has just managed to secure another flag. So 3-1 at the moment. So the pressure really on Lonial now. So Centennial Schools on 3, Crawford Lonial on 1 flag, 1 minute 30 left. So 1 minute and 30 seconds. Lonial definitely making a big push for the middle of the tree here. They've got 3 players now rushing towards the middle of the tree. So scoring at the moment, Centennial Schools 3, Lone Hill 1. The time is running out. There should be around about a minute or just under a minute left on this map. You will hear the live countdown of the matchmaker as well. I'm actually stand corrected. I think it's about 30 seconds left. Centennial Schools in the lead, 3-1 versus Crawford Lonial. So if the time does run out, it will be Centennial that takes the match with a 3-1.
30 seconds left. 30 seconds.
So you could hear in the background there is our matchmaker doing the countdown. And I think it will be Centennial who will take the game here with that score being 3-1. I don't think there's enough time for Lonial to come back with 2 flags.
10 seconds left, and it's almost
Oh,
over.
and one more flag secured. And Centennial takes the round. Lonial was pushing very, very hard there. It was extremely well played by both teams, but in the end, Centennial taking the win.
Please have the next teams up. Kyalami Prep versus Crawford.
Right, so I think we might go to a very quick ad break while the next 2 teams are readying up, and when they are back, we will be back with your 4th match. There we go, guys, and what a exciting matchup there between Lonial and Centennial Schools. Of course, Centennial Schools taking the win there. In the end, Lonial did manage to get an additional flag in there, but unfortunately a little bit too late, and not enough to remove Centennial from that leading position. So Centennial taking the win there, so very, very well done. But a very close match, Sika, right?
It was. There was a lot of PvP action in that one, which I, of course, love. But
you know, the other thing that I noticed, right, is right there at the end, there were some players chasing each other, which I don't know if that's such a good strategy in this map, right? Because if you start chasing the player and they go into the water, it slows down the entire game, and you lose players from trying to find additional flags, right?
yeah, no, definitely. I mean, the sort of parkour elements, of course, are a lot more tricky, but it definitely gives you an advantage if you can get players over the top and actually, over the water rather than going through the water.
Absolutely, but that water, I think there's a couple of things that are hard for the players on this particular map. I think one is the water, it does slow them down quite a bit. The other thing is, of course, those bouncy blocks, right? I'm going to call
bouncy
them
blobs.
I'm just going to call them bouncy blocks. So the bouncy blocks makes it very hard for the players because they've literally got to bounce on those to get onto the parkour section. And then, of course, that's not the end of it. You actually have to cross the parkour section to get to your flag, right? So it is very hard for the players. It is not easy. But of course, the players doing exceptionally well. If you're watching the stream with us today, thank you very much for joining us. If you are joining us live, we are hoping you are enjoying the vibe, and you are, from a crowd perspective, enjoying what we are producing for you today as well. Of course, the next match will be between Kyalami Prep and Crawford Santon, so that's going to be another interesting one. If you're, like I said, if you are following us along with the stream or live today, you can also see the bracket that is being updated, so it will show you how the players are progressing throughout the day.
And of course, if you are actually joining us from home and you're watching the stream, you better get down to Comic-Con Africa. It is a vibe here.
Absolutely. I mean, we've been here now this is our second day. I mean, yesterday we had 16 teams that were all competing. They were competing in a knockout challenge from a time trial perspective. So the top 8 teams from yesterday moved through to today's round. That is, of course, the 8 teams that are playing each other today. So absolutely super exciting. I mean, we are having a wonderful time down here at Comic-Con. The teams are ecstatic, actually. So they are having a lot of fun as well. And I believe the next match is readying up. So we will be back with you guys shortly once those teams are ready. Right.
Right, we're back. And unmuted this time.
And unmuted. The problem is that what the audience can't see is I have to crawl there every time to where our mute buttons are if I forgot to unmute us. So we come on screen and we smile and we talk, and then there's nothing there, right? And then the production team's like, Yaku, you have not unmuted yourself. So then I have to crawl to the mute button and get us unmuted. So it's all fun and games down here at Comic-Con.
It's okay, as long as you do the crawling to the sort of sound.
Yeah, no. What can I do, right? We're having fun. We're having fun. So the game is going to start in about 10 seconds. You can hear the countdown behind us. The game, of course, being between Crawford Santon and Kailami Prep. And let's see how these two teams goes. Right, let's have a look at what the strategies are here.
Of course, we've got Crawford Center in blue this time around and Kailami Prep in the red.
Right, so Kailami Prep in red, and it looks like Kailami Prep is going to go straight for the flags. This might be an interesting strategy. We have actually not seen any of the teams really do this from the beginning. So,
So
let's
maybe
see.
we are actually going to see a team get all 5 of those flags. That'll be awesome.
But look at that. The temptation is too much. The players want to engage in PvP action. So there is some PvP action. There's some archery coming out of the Crawford Santon side as well. Some good archery. And we have Kailami Prep here. Very close. They are going to pick up a flag. The flag was picked up there. Now it's whether they can get it back to home base. Remember, once they pick up the flag, it does go into their inventory and they actually have to put it down. Oh, and a good run. A good run here. And Kailami Prep has been confirmed. They have put down the flag. So Kailami Prep leading 1-0 at the moment. So a very, very good run there by one of the Kailami players. And Kailami is back up the tree again. There's a clear strategy here from the Kailami team, trying to retrieve these flags as quickly as possible. Oh, and here's the bouncy block. This one's difficult. It might require a little bit of... And in the meantime, Crawford has sneaked in. At the moment, and Crawford has sneaked in 2 flags in the meantime while we're on the big screen with Kailami Prep. So Crawford on 2, Kailami Prep on 1. Big battle here in the center of the tree going on. It is Crawford Santon leading with 2-1 at the moment over Kailami Prep. We have a Kailami Prep player right in the tree over there looking for some more flags. And if you are here from Kailami Prep, let us hear you in the crowd and cheering on the team. They are 1 flag down. Crawford Santon on 2, Kailami Prep on 1.
Kailami Prep spending a lot of time trying to do the parkour section at the moment.
Absolutely. I mean, look, and the parkour section on this is not easy.
No, it's not.
There we go, and we see Kailami Prep is at a flag here. I think they have picked up another one. Oh, but the player does get taken out as he comes off the tree, and I think that flag was now picked up by one of Let's quickly see who picked up that flag. There's a lot of action going on at one place. It's actually quite difficult to see if the flag is... Let's have a quick look.
Of course, the flags do sort of get respawned if they don't get picked up. So they will go
Correct.
back up to the tree.
Correct. So what will happen is if you are carrying a flag and you do get killed, the flag drops. The other player has an opportunity to pick it up, but if it doesn't get picked up for a certain period of time, it actually does respawn in its original location. So there is an opportunity to do that, and sometimes it does happen that you are quick enough. Ooh, and there's a chase going on here.
So what happens? I'm curious now. So if one team actually drops their flag and the other team picks it up, does another flag respawn, or is that flag sort of in the sort of property of the other team now?
Correct. So the flag will be in the property or the inventory of the other team. If that player then again gets killed, the flag will remain stationary for a few seconds for somebody else to pick it up. Of course, if they don't do it, so let's say the flag is suspended in mid-air, then it will respawn in its original location.
So that could also be a really interesting kind of strategy to use as well. I mean, if you kill the other player that has the flag and your team keeps that flag, they're not going to be able to place the flag and they're not going to be able to get in the lead.
Absolutely. It could be a strategy. I don't think it's one that a lot of the teams employ at the moment because the PvP action is so high. But it could be a very worthwhile strategy to actually use.
5 minutes remaining.
All right, so we have confirmation there are 5 minutes remaining of this map, and flag count. I think we're still at 2-1.
Let's quickly have a confirmation from our team. So Crawford
Right, so
Santon have 2 flags and Kailami Prep have 1. So the scoring still 2-1 at the moment. There is 5 minutes remaining of this map, so they have gone about halfway.
Ooh, see arrows flying across the screen.
Some very, very good archery going on here. And I can see there is pretty much PvP happening in all corners of the map at the moment. So along the edge of this big tree, I mean, of course, all the flags are situated, over a parkour section in a tree. So it is quite difficult. But Red has a flag at the moment. Can they get to that base section? There's an archer, there's a defender. There's 3-on-1. If this player, Kailami Prep player, manages to get to that base, will he place it? Oh, and he just placed it prematurely, and unfortunately died. 3 minutes and 30 seconds left. Scoring still the same. So Crawford Santon on 2 and Kailami Prep on 1. And that Kailami Prep player almost placed that flag, but just placed it a little bit too early before he got killed.
I think that was one of those, I'm going to go for the plant, I'm going to dive for it, and just didn't get there in time just as he got killed. But it was a really good effort.
Just short of the placing block. So scoring still the same at 2 minutes and 40 seconds remaining on the map. It is Crawford Santon on 2 with Kailami Prep on 1. I see there is a bit of a strategy change here now from Crawford Santon. They've got a few more players on the base protection, but there's a Kailami Prep player who's trying to break through those lines. Of course, we now have all 4 the Crawford Santon players protecting base. So they are trying their best to keep away any Kailami Prep players from the home area. In the meantime, we have Kailami Prep players in the center of the map on this big tree looking for more flags. They are not relenting anything. They are going to push here right up into the end. There is 2 minutes left on this map. A lot of PvP action, and it seems like Crawford Santon has now adopted the base protection strategy. Although the Kailami Prep player has just taken out 2 of the Santon players. So very, very well done there from the defender. A lot of PvP. Scoring still the same at the moment. So Blue has just dropped another flag. That means that Crawford Santon now on 3 versus Kailami Prep on 1. It is now going to be a big push. I think there's about a minute and a half left. If I do a time check with the team, 1 minute left on the clock here based on the production team, what they're telling us. Crawford Santon now completely adopting this base protection strategy. Scoring at the moment, Crawford Santon 3, Kailami Prep 1. And let's see if they can hold this to the end.
Alright, so almost the end of the round here, and Crawford Santon definitely has a really, really high advantage here against Kailami Prep. There's a lot of PvP action happening here, and it looks like Crawford is holding on there. 30 seconds left, more or less.
Let's have a look.
30 seconds remaining.
A lot of archery happening. And we will hear the countdown from our game master as they close up this game. The scoring at the moment, Crawford Santon 3, Kailami Prep 1. Kailami Prep not relenting anything, still chasing after those flags.
10 seconds left.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1,
and that is the game. Crawford Santon takes the win, and Crawford Santon takes the win there with 3-1. So we are looking at the stage. The stage does look beautiful here at Comic-Con. Absolutely amazing with those teams now coming off the stage, and the next two teams will be readying up as well. So guys, if you are joining us today, either if you are joining us live here at the event or if you are joining us on the live stream, thank you very much for doing so. My name, of course, Yakusawa from RGB Gaming, and I'm with Nseeker 707, who is assisting us today. Nseeker, of course, a professional gamer and also makes your living out of esports, so that's always fun if we play games for a living, although you don't play that many games.
I don't really play that many games. I'm more in sort of like, management of everything else that's happening around.
All right. I mean, but still fun, right? It still has something. It still has something to do with esports and gaming. So I mean, that's
it's a lovely
fun.
industry to be in, and I mean, my passion as well is just to get as many sort of females into gaming as possible, and let kids in particular know that there is a future in it and there's a career in it, of course.
Actually, speaking about females in gaming, I mean, we have a all-girls team, the team of Holy Rosary, competing in this tournament as well. Of course, they are a girls' school. All-girls school. So I mean, that's absolutely great to see in esports. I mean, the inclusiveness, the diversity, the fact that it's really equal footing when it comes to esports, and I guess that's what makes esports that exciting.
Yeah, that's the one thing. It's probably one of the very few sports that it doesn't matter who you are. You can sort of just take part in it, and just if it's your passion, it's your passion. That's the thing. And if you want to do it,
Absolutely.
do it.
Absolutely. Guys, so we will be taking a small intermission just for the next group of teams to ready up and get themselves ready, and it actually won't be us when we come back. You will have two new faces on the screen, some additional entertainment, but we will be back in a few minutes. I think it's about a 15-minute intermission, and then we will be back.
Hello and welcome. Coming to you live from Comic Con in SA. How's it, Zuan? How are you doing today?
Doing very well. Extremely excited to see what is going to come out of the next couple rounds. We had some very exciting ones in the beginning. I do think we've got some players that still need a bit of adjustment in terms of the focus points for the matches.
I do have to agree with you. So basically, I think that PvP has been the biggest component today, and I'm very excited for it. I haven't seen PvP in Minecraft matches a lot lately, so I'm here for that.
Yeah, I mean, most of the stuff that we've been running has been the time trials and your speed runs, which we saw yesterday with a number of the teams doing phenomenally well. But it seems the moment you throw a bit of PvP in there, everything goes a little bit haywire.
Yes, I do agree with you. I think they are here for that as well. There has been some questions with regards to PvP. I know with our previous tournaments, a lot of the players were asking, when are we going to be doing PvP? And it's here. So, but before we continue, for everyone who do not know, my name is Brenton, along here with my co-commentator Zuan. So thank you all for joining again, and if you're watching from the stream as well live, a very warm welcome.
And please do engage in the chat section. It is being monitored, and we'd love to see how everyone's experiencing the matches overall.
Perfect, yeah. I do. Thanks, Ivan, for that. And I think the match will start in 1 minute's time, so get ready. This is going to get more and more intense as you progress through the tournament. So let's see what these teams have for us. Next up, we are having Red Hill joining Holy Rosary in the next match. So let's see who gets those banners.
And we are coming down to the last 30-second countdown itself. So we're going to have a very exciting run through this. So any second now we should see them come up and spawn in. Final 10-second countdown.
The anticipation builds.
2, 1. Here we
and
go.
Waiting for the start. Yep. There it is. So the players are joining in right now. As they are running through, let's see what happens. Zuan, I'm pretty excited. Let's see if how Red Hill does. I think obviously with their previous match they barely just scraped, losing that first match. So let's see if they can actually hit it this time. I see one of their players are already heading up. They know what to do this time around, so they are focused for those banners.
And I think it is important to note that for the next few rounds they are going to be playing the same map again. So we might see different strategies coming in from the different teams, or just the same PvP approach to it. And I know Red Hill came very close. Red Hill is obviously the red team running at the moment, and we've got Holy Rosary in the blue. Holy Rosary also fared quite well in the previous rounds as well.
Definitely. Both teams did really well. As we can see, we've got some PvP engaging there in the middle around the tree. Holy Rosary is definitely... We've got one player versing two there in the center. Let's see what happens. Can he kill them off? They're doing quite well.
I'm excited to see how the teamwork comes into it. And it's actually quite interesting. What you'll see is we've got a couple of different attributes running around. So we've got 2 runners on each team. We've got an archer and a defender. And it's quite interesting seeing how Holy Rosary sent the defender out from the base itself. But we've seen it actually in some of the previous rounds, how the different classes are actually being used by different teams.
Yeah, it's very interesting to see what strategies are the players planning on using. Personally, if I were in their situation, I would have had a defender always at the base, keeping those other players at bay, and then the runners basically with the archer just running and attacking on the offensive. So that would have been me. I see really interesting strategies. We've got Holy Rosary currently defending their spawn as one of the Red Hill players desperately tried to place that banner.
And unfortunately did not. And as we can see, it's quite important that wherever a player dies, all of their equipment, including the banners, fall right where they've died. So there they've just handed a banner over through to Holy Rosary.
That is the way the cookie crumbles during these matches. And also the other thing that really puts you a few steps back is that if you do die, you lose all of your gear as well. So all your swords and all of that get disappeared as well. We've got Holy Rosary who've planted their first banner. Red Hill still needs to plant a banner, so Holy Rosary taking the lead for now.
But I mean, we can actually see here as well, we've got players quite involved in the PvP side of life, with many of the banners actually sitting freely available throughout the map, because there are 9 banners scattered throughout it all the way through to the top of the tree itself.
I see there hasn't actually been a team that reached that 5 banner mark. So I'm very excited to see if within the next 6.5 minutes, if one of these teams can actually place all 5 banners, which would be a first for the day.
Yeah, it would definitely then make it the fastest round that we had today. So we've already seen 4, and unfortunately they've all run to the full time limit, which is 10 minutes per round. At a max, and no one's been able to complete it beforehand. And I think it heavily comes down to the fact that not enough banners have been collected by the teams.
Oh, and we just got Holy Rosary planting another banner, which is great in their favor, of course. We're seeing some really good defense from Red Hill, but it just slipped past them for that plant.
And it's actually quite interesting to see how Holy Rosary is changing their strategy between full attack and full defense, because here we've actually got all of their players scattered right back to their own spawn place to protect their area.
Yeah, it is very interesting, and I think most of the strategies that we've seen so far was gaining a lead and then just keeping that defense on the spawn position, which seemed to work quite well for most of the teams.
You see, for myself personally, I feel very uncomfortable only having a 1 or 2 point lead at the moment, and then kind of setting it back, because it only takes 1 or 2 players to sneak past, and you don't kill them in time to place those banners.
That is very true. I don't know if most of these players have realized it. I've seen it once or twice, but there is actually an invisible arrow that the archers can use to cover their teammates, so they can sneak past and place that as we approach the 5-minute mark, Zwan.
Yeah, we've actually seen there was one team that used it. However, they did forget certain pieces of armor on, which nullified the invisibility arrow, because that is important. The invisibility arrow only covers the body, so if you're wearing armor or any item on top of it, you have a floating piece of equipment that's running around.
A floating piece of equipment, yeah, exactly. Now, I think some of these players might be aware of that. Do we see another plant? We're just going to have a look there to confirm if that was a banner plant. Holy Rosary did place the plant. Well done. What a sneaky move from Holy Rosary, as they actually taking the lead even a bit further with a 3-point score.
Yeah, and the crowd is going insane here inside of the arena at KidsCon. And Holy Rosary is really putting pedal to the metal with in terms of speed with it. There is a big chance where they might be able to get the 2 banners and end off the game.
No, definitely, Zwan. I think they're putting a really strong foot forward. We've got some PvP action there right in the center. One of the Red Hill players have died there. It does look like the Red Hill defense is really, really strong, killing off of the Holy Rosary runners as they come along.
And we've actually got one of the Red Hill players up in the tree themselves. There we go, and busy moving again. Not 100% sure, but might have collected one of the banners at the top of the tree.
He might have collected the banner. He might also be a scout. You never know. So scouts are also very important components in team-based matches like this one today. So I'm actually excited to see how they are leveraging that vantage point in the tree.
And I mean, if it was me, I would definitely have put my archers down as scouts themselves, because as part of the archer attribute is the boots that allows for you to fall a lot lighter without damage, and there are certain blocks that they're going to encounter later on that those boots really are a bit of a benefit to have.
Yeah, for sure. So as you may know, there are different classes, but if you unfortunately fall and die and lose your items, those precious boots which once helped you are now obviously transferred to the next player who picks up all of your gear. So we've seen that happen one too many times today, Zuan.
And I love the potential that we could actually see a player with all 3 different classes setting up.
Yeah, no, we've seen that quite often today. One of the players are like fully kitted out, and then you have these empty players running around with no gear whatsoever, desperately trying to attack with their hand, which is also quite fun to look at.
And we can actually see a little bit of an example that just happened. We've got a player with no sword up against a player with a sword and a helmet. Generally doesn't end well for the one without the sword.
For sure not. It does look like Red Hill currently holds the most amount of gear, as Holy Rosary players have seemed to lost most, if not all, of their gear. So it does put Red Hill in a bit of a,
but there we
in
go.
a bit of a
We've got
defensive and
a
offensive
recollection happening now as well. As you were saying it, I think they've noticed that they can't really fight toe to toe without any of the gear. And we actually have a ganging up happening up over here. But a complete change in priority. We can see that most of the Holy Rosary team members just pulled right back.
As we are approaching 1 minute, Red Hill is running for that banner plant. Can he do it? Oh,
and he
He
cannot.
just gets defeated right before that banner plant.
The Holy Rosary team is performing incredibly well in this round.
Score is currently still the same. Let's see if any of the teams can grab any more banners, either to extend the lead or perhaps gain on the other team as we approach the last 30 seconds of the match.
And it seems like the pressure really is being put on by Red Hill, with Holy Rosary having to defend like there's no tomorrow.
Alright, let's see what happens. I always love the last 30 seconds of a match. Everyone on the edge of their seats, and the adrenaline and anticipation just keeps on building.
The tension in the last 10-second countdown is immense.
3, 2, and 1. Holy Rosary, well done on that win.
A change in their strategy from the previous rounds. I know they had a bit of a challenge when it came to the banner placement, which very clearly was not the case in this round.
Very, very true. Well, with that being said, Red Hill did put up a valiant effort. A really, really valiant effort, as they had most of the gear most of the time. So they had a very big offensive and defensive advantage, but Holy Rosary still managed to take that win at the end.
And I did think that Red Hill was going to put on quite a bit of pressure towards the end there, because as you said, they collected most of the armor from the Holy Rosary players that they had got under the water, and they were putting a lot of pressure in terms of putting the banners down. But I have to give credit to where it's due, and Holy Rosary's defense at the end was really, really well done.
Yeah, was quite the match to spectate, I must say. I'm really excited, and we're also moving into the next match right now, which is Crawford versus Kyalami. So very excited to see that. Just a bit about the map, I must say. I do see that there are a couple of risk takers today. As you can see that during the match, there are certain areas where it is quite significantly more difficult to gain those banners. A big risk to take, but with a big risk obviously comes a big reward. So I'm very excited to see, and we still haven't seen a team actually claim the old 5 banners. So yeah, I'm excited to see that happen.
I do know that in the upcoming maps as well, there's a couple of areas where there's almost a collection of these banners made available for the players to try and get a hold of. But as you said, the risk to get into that section with a good number of banners around you is quite heavy. And it's actually present in this map itself. We can see it up at the middle top section of the tree, there is actually a platform with two banners positioned right next to one another. And the only thing standing between the banners and the players are, if I'm not mistaken, 5 or 6 pillagers.
Yes, and very aggressive pillagers, might I add. We've seen throughout the recent matches that those pillagers are relentless, as they just keep on defending their own little spawn, if you should call it that. So it just causes some interesting moments for sure.
And I mean, I've got to give it to the pillagers. Their aim is phenomenal. And to get past it, it's definitely a zigzag tactic has to come in. If a player runs in a straight line towards the pillagers, generally not going to end up well for them.
Very true. And also, with that being said, talking about the pillagers, this is one of the first times that we're actually seeing PvP, but also PvPvE, which is basically players versus the environment, which is the mob. So it's the first time we're actually introducing that, and I think the players are really enjoying that. It really adds an interesting aspect to these matches as well.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of strategy changing that we're going to see between the rounds as they become more comfortable with it, because most of the players in the past really have participated in events where it's been a speed run or a time trial, but nothing structured like this.
That's very, very true. It's something new, it's something fresh, and so yeah, just as we approach the last 30 seconds before the next match, we're just getting the players ready, of course, waiting for some feedback from our team, but the players are on their way into the match. Just a bit about the now that we're talking about the pillagers in the previous match, there are some interesting other mobs that we might see in our following matches. So
as they progress, and we're going to the final countdown for the next match, and we are live between Crawford and Kyle Army Prep. It is important to note that both of these teams came very close to getting through in their first rounds.
Yeah, that's true, Zuan. Very, very true. They did come very close. Just having a look, we've got Kyle Army Prep on the blue team side and Crawford Lone Hill on the red team. Both players trying to figure out their strategies for the match. I do see some of the players actually gathering some of those watermelons for consumption, which does help them. I do see two blue players attacking each other, which is very interesting. I'm not sure what they are doing there. I don't think that is the right way to go about it.
Yeah, not completely intentional. I do know that we've seen the strategy in the past where if a player is very low on health and they need to do a banner run, that they will first be killed by their own team members so that they have a full health bar when they're adventuring out there. Which, I mean, that is a fair strategy, but it's a bit strange seeing it right at the beginning of a match.
Very true, and that is, I believe it's called denying. Like some of our other games like Dota, for example, we do have the option to deny a teammate before the enemy gets that kill as well. So I think it's a very similar strategy to that.
100%. And we can see that Crawford Lone Hill is busy circling the tree. The defender is relatively in the environment from where that they spawn. But we haven't seen any banner runs yet towards the opposing side.
We see some action there on the right-hand side. There's not a lot of PvP yet, but we do see the runners trying to take a scope around the right-hand side.
Yeah, and 2 minutes into the match already, it seems like the teams are still kind of feeling each other out with it. We do have a blue team runner, Kyle Army Prep runner, with a banner in hand, unfortunately getting killed in the water section of the map itself.
Yeah, unfortunately when you die in that way, you actually drop your banner for the opposing team, so unfortunately that banner is lost. We got blue team now claiming another banner. Let's see if those runners can get to the deposit section. We've got both teams running with banners now. Let's see who can get those plans off.
But I think the important question is to whether there's actually a defense strategy against us. And we can see we've got 3 members of Kyle Army Prep working back towards their area. And we've just seen a Crawford player actually, I think, place a banner, snuck in behind everybody else whilst they were being distracted by the fighting in the front section of their spawn location.
Very true. So Crawford did take a score there, trying for another one, unfortunately not prevailing the second time around. It's got a really good defense from Kailami on that run, claiming another banner for themselves, and now we can see they need to recuperate and strategize from the starts again. Let's see if those runners can get all the way around again.
I'd love to see what the players do with the invisibility arrows. I haven't actually seen it being used too often, except I know I mentioned it earlier. There was one match where we did see it for a short period of time, but those arrows aren't being used as well as I think they could.
I think that is very true. We haven't seen that, but I do also believe that in the heat of the moment, when critical thinking comes into play, that is something that might slip your mind, as it is only a single invisibility arrow that they can use to leverage as well. So let's see if Crawford is currently on defense. Let's see if Kailami can push through. One of the players goes down from Kailami. Second player has ditched.
Unfortunately, I think the first player was the one with the banner in hand. And that's just promptly been given back to Crawford, who is on their own track to try and place that banner back.
I see more and more teams are actually moving into defensive strategies, which actually works quite well for this particular map. I'm very interested to see if those strategies would actually change.
And we're currently at 2-0 in favor of Crawford Lone Hill. With 5 minutes remaining, so there's more than enough time for Kailami Prep to be able to come back into the match.
Yeah, there's still a lot that can happen in 5 minutes. Let's see if that banner plant gets off from Kailami, makes a run through, but doesn't actually commit to that. We've got one of the Crawford players chasing that runner. He knows he's got a banner, something's up.
And as you can see, there's a jumping tactic that we also have a lot of players doing. Something that is important to note is resource management. And that's why we could see them right at the beginning doing a resource collection from the watermelons. And that's because as they're busy running, they start consuming their stamina and eventually run out of it.
Kailami just snagged another flag. Let's see if they can get the plant. It doesn't look like that runner is being spotted by any one of the Crawford players. Let's see if he has a home base run all the way through, coming around. I don't think the water is making it any easier for anyone. One of the Lone Hill players actually killed their runner, dropping that banner again. Well done to
and immediately
Crawford.
Passed on. Have to give it to Crawford. The defense has been quite on point in terms of getting back to their section to stop any placements.
I see one of the Kailami players actually broke the signs off of the start. I don't think that'll make too much of a difference.
Yeah, unfortunately it's not going to help them running forward with it, so they do need to now start putting a bit of focus on getting the banners back in.
That's very, very true. I should say that the strategy is working quite well to keep a very strong defensive, as said before. I'm wondering if that tactic would work for the other maps as well. That would be quite interesting to see.
I do have a feeling that the final map is really going to be the biggest challenge that we would have seen at the KidsCon itself. And we are up to 3 for Crawford and 0 for Kailami. So Crawford is slowly but surely inching that lead forward.
Yeah, they've got quite a strong lead at this stage. We still have a couple of minutes left though, so you never know, anything can happen. Kailami is putting up a really strong runner game, so we might actually see some banners being snagged, as there's still a couple of banners available on the map.
And you see, this is where that risk versus reward comes down to. I mean, when you're talking about under 3 minutes left on the map, it might be worthwhile going to the top of the tree to try and snag 2 of the banners in one go.
That is true, but it also might be a bit difficult for Kyalami as they do not have any gear. I think Crawford has successfully claimed all of the gear, which puts them in a much bigger advantage for both offensive and defensive situations.
It's definitely going to have to come down to teamwork from Kyalami in terms of numbers, because unfortunately on a 1 versus 1 basis, they're at the disadvantage at the moment.
That is true. I do see a lot of the Crawford players also making sure that they are utilizing their hunger as well. They are eating some of those watermelons, keeping their health up, which also gives them a major disadvantage. Advantage, apologies.
And we can actually see that one of the Kyalami players were able to take down one of the Crawford players and actually take over their equipment. So we've got a bit of a change out in terms of equipment.
We are reaching the very end of this match almost, and we see some desperate trying for banner places. Currently it's just a PvP skirmish in the last minutes.
So we are down to the final 60 seconds in this map. It's definitely going to have to come down to what can Kyalami do in this short period of time.
I do see that Kyalami has just grabbed yet another banner. Let's see if they can get the place. It won't, however, happen. Well, very rarely if it's only one runner trying to go. As we can see, there's 3, possibly 4 Crawford players on defense. Kyalami running for that banner plant. Can they get it through? Do you think that's a destructive... That looks like a destructing strategy.
And it came very close. I think you were on point there, Brenton. It was definitely a distraction that was coming through.
He did actually take the score. We got 10 seconds left.
And we're down to the final 5 seconds of this match. And that would leave Crawford in the lead.
And that's the end of the match.
There we go.
Crawford takes this one.
Crawford taking that win.
But well played by both teams. A lot of action coming through there. But Crawford's defense was phenomenal, especially here at the end.
Yeah, for sure. I must agree with you. While Crawford taking that win, Kyalami actually did a really good job, especially with that last banner plant. Just in the final seconds, they managed to put one on the scoreboard for them just to show that they've got it in them. But unfortunately, it was just a bit late for that. So well done to both teams. Really, really entertaining match, I must agree. So, yeah.
So that unfortunately also means that Kyalami won't be progressing further within the tournament, where Crawford Lone Hill will. And that actually means that our next match coming up is between Blue Prep and Stain City. Both had brilliant runs in the beginning rounds.
Yes, though for sure. Both of these teams had really, really good runs the previous match. It gets a bit more intense as I've got a lot of anticipation over this match. Stain City did a really, really good run in our very first match of the day, I must say. So I've got really, really big expectations for this next upcoming match. But also, Baloo did really well too. So I don't know. I can't really put my money on any one of these teams. I think they're pretty evenly matched up. So we're just gonna have to see how the match runs.
I definitely think what's going to determine how the match is going to run is the first deaths, because both teams are quite good at ensuring the collection of equipment that falls down. And we saw that now with Red Hill versus Crawford between Crawford and Kyalami, where Kyalami ran out of equipment at the end of the day, which really gave Crawford the upper hand. And I think that's going to play a big part in who's going to have the best start off.
All right. Yes, that's very true, Zuan. I do agree with you. And both of them have very, very similar strategies going forward. So let's see if they uphold the same strategy.
Most definitely. And I think it is important just to thank all the sponsors that have helped us in enabling this event and being able to have the players compete in this environment, ranging all the way from cricket through to Lenovo, that's in there. So a massive thanks to them as well as Rectron. So we are coming down to the final 30-odd seconds before the next match between Blue Prep and Stain City.
Yes, much anticipation, I must say. I do not know what the outcome is going to be. I think that's what makes it so much more exciting. Let's start. 5 seconds to go.
And we are
they
live.
are off.
We should
the
see the
teams are still
players
tipping in.
landing in. There we go.
There we go. So it does take a little bit of time for those players to TP in, as there is a command that needs to be activated by one of the admins. But they are in and they are ready. So it does look like Stain City School is just hanging around in spawn area. Are they strategizing? Are they putting up a defense? Let's see what happens.
Well, they do have what looks like 2 runners moving towards the tree itself and actually scaling up it.
I do believe we do need to remake this match, unfortunately, due to some technical difficulties.
So while they're busy just resetting and getting the players back into the world from the beginning, what do you think is the most important thing for them to focus on in the early parts of this round?
I think it's very important, especially for these teams, and it's something that they actually should have done during their intermission or break, because especially now, being at the second time that they're playing on this particular map, they know the layout, they know the general layout, so that's why we give them this opportunity to strategize properly, so they're getting into the hang of who's going to be their archers. I think it comes down to acknowledging strengths and weaknesses. Do we have strong parkour players? They're going to be our runners, Who has a lot of experience with archery? They're going to be our archers, of course. So I think that's really important to discuss that with your team and just strategize with that going forward. I mean, if you're not good with parkour, you're not going to be a runner trying to complete those parkour, levels to obtain those banners. That, personally, in my opinion, would be the most important thing to do.
And I think that's extremely important, because to have that good placements of your players in terms of the classes that they choose is really going to help you the moment you start interacting, specifically in the later matches, not only against other players but also against other entities. And the possibility of losing your gear as well can be a big hindrance, because also, as you mentioned, let's say you have a parkour player or someone that actually is able to navigate fairly quickly around a map, not having the potion that enables them to move a lot more swiftly is a big problem as well that's there. So I do think the classes are quite imperative in understanding how you're going to leverage them as well. And I think it also comes down to, how do you protect your base? We've seen a couple of different strategies now. We've seen players that have just been positioned there permanently, that pretty much solo the protection side. We've also seen teams that move between scouting outwards and coming back, or scrambling back for a defense that's in there. So I'm very interested to see how we're going to run through it. And I have to say, the last move in the previous round between Kyalami and Crawford, by Kyalami with the double dodge that they did with making everybody attack the first player, but the second player was actually the one that planted the banner. Having that dummy in place was a phenomenal move, and I think we might see other teams starting to replicate that.
Of course, yes, the teams are spectating, so they do see the strategies. So I do think it is very valid, Zuan. I think, and that was one of the more impressive strategies that we saw today, was baiting the other team into thinking that you've got the banner, where in essence your runner, who's right behind you, just sneaks past and places that banner. I think that's very important. We are starting our next match in 30 seconds, just a remake for Blue versus Stain City School. So let's see how we can hit it off this time around. One of the more interesting tactics I haven't seen yet is for them to leverage a invisibility move. I mean, I'm really keen on seeing that. I think it is a power move that we need to see still.
And we can see it's obviously Blue and Stain City up next, with Blue taking the red side and Stain City taking the blue side. And I have to agree with you in terms of the invisibility. I think there's a lot of ways that they can use just that one arrow to at least get a 1-point placement. And we did see it earlier today in one of the matches where the team used a invisibility arrow on a runner so that they could sneak around all the other players and place the banner down at the opposing side.
Yes, I do agree with you, Zuan. One thing to keep into consideration, of course, is that you can actually hit an enemy team with that invisibility arrow as well.
So your accuracy has to be on point, and we are now on the last 2 seconds, and we are live into the next round between Blue Prep and Stain City. So this is the 7th round in today's tournament and bracket format. We will be having at least 14 or potential 15th match as well. So very keen to see where these two teams end up.
We can see Blue Prep taking a very hasty approach to that tree, gaining the lead, getting the advantage. As you well may know, that the upper ground always counts as an advantage.
The high ground.
The higher ground. Yes, that would be the correct term. Thank you.
And we can see that there's a lot of PvP happening in the beginning. Arrows flying from the rear. Definitely have Blue Prep using that archer quite proficiently.
I'm very excited to see these two teams play, I must say. Never a dull moment, as we see the defenders chasing. Oh, that's a runner chasing after a defender. That's quite an interesting one. Defender, let's see if they can use their shields to block off those attacks. Currently, it looks like two of the Stain City players hammering onto one of the Blue defenders, but we do see some arrows coming from defense as well.
And I'm wondering, I can't see if it's from a red or a blue side that arrow is busy coming from. The archer shots it's coming through. And we can actually see that it is definitely from the blue side. We've got some long-range shots coming through from their archer as well.
I do see that these runners from Stain City are picking up those arrows for the archers to retrieve. That's actually a very smart move to make, just to make sure your archer does not run out of arrows. Very important to pick up those arrows.
And the one thing that you can do also, that is important to note, is you can also get arrows off of bodies. And we actually have a Blue Prep player running for the two banners. Unfortunately, the pillagers weren't too partial to him taking the banners.
As we said before, those pillagers are relentless. It's a very big risk to take trying to get those, and it requires a really strong parkour player to actually complete that section. What I haven't seen before is a defender trying to bait the pillagers, allowing for one of the runners to take those banners, which would have been my approach.
I was just about to say the exact same thing. That is a section in the map that definitely looks like it needs more than one team member up there.
Very true. I do, however, see that most of the players have seemed to lost their gear. We've got a couple of hand-to-hand combats happening here in the tree. One of the Blue players battling off Stain City.
That's in there. But we do see a lot of focus happening more on moving towards the top section in trying to grab a hold of these banners.
Oh,
and
one of the Blue players falls off.
a misjudgment in terms of the jump that's in there, and had them fall all the way to the bottom again.
We got Blue putting on a really strong PvP battle. I think the Stain City players really need to hold their ground, progressing through this match as we are reaching the 6-minute remaining mark. Do we have banners?
I don't know just yet, but it is important to note that Stain City's defender still is fully equipped.
Fully kitted, yes, of course, I see that. The score currently is at 0-0. No players have actually placed any banners yet. Although I do believe that Stain City is currently holding one, possibly two banners. Let's see if their runners can make it through to the end.
Because there are definitely still banners available for collection. around the central part of the tree and jumping off of it. And we actually do have someone busy taking on a bit of what is a parkour challenge running in. And this is an example of where your runner would shine.
I do believe Blue has scored one, taking that lead. Let's see. I do believe, like I said, Stain City has a few banners. Are they going to make the run through to go and place at the deposit? We'll have to see, but I do think Blue has a really strong defense as well. So I'm curious to see if Stain City can make a power move to go place those banners. We got one of the Blue players desperately trying to access the top two banners, but it is not working with those relentless pillagers keeping them at bay.
Trying to use the wall as a shield in terms of ducking, but not coming right at all in there. I do think we're going to see a couple of strategies in terms of how teams place their banners, whether they're going to want to put them all down in one go or spread it across their players themselves, because there are banners that have been collected that have not been placed yet. So that means it is either laying on the floor somewhere or it is in someone's inventory, and we actually have just confirmation that it is a 1-1 through between Blue and Stain City.
So as you know, if the match ends in a draw, the players will be forced to face each other in a PvP last man standing match. So that would be quite interesting, but it's not too late to take the win on this map. Let's see if they can capture those banners. Now we've got two Blue players running for those top two banners, hitting the 4-minute remaining mark. They've got plenty of time to gain that lead as they're running in. Now we see they've got a proper strategy attacking those pillagers to gain those banners. I see one of the Blue players have actually picked up the banner and has successfully killed one or two pillagers. Can they do it?
And they are clearing them out completely. They definitely came equipped in with this plan to try and clear out this platform and get hold of it. But unfortunately, almost losing one of them. But they've picked up the banners now, and now it's very interesting to see what are they going to do with them. Whether they're going to try and run in one go or pass it to someone else.
We see there is some parkour skills required from Blue to actually get out of that area. Let's see if they can do it. Takes the jump, just makes it out. Blue currently holding a couple of banners. Let's see if they can make it back and deposit those.
Busy slowly but surely moving down through to it. It is one each at the moment, and we are down to the final 3 minutes in this round.
We've got the banners currently being given to another Blue player. Quite an interesting strategy. I believe they just denied their teammate, giving the banners to someone with a bit more health. Oh, we've got another banner plant there from Stain City School. Stain City currently sitting at 2, Blue currently sitting at 1. Desperately running with 2 banners in hand, I believe, from Blue Prep. Can he make it through to the deposit?
And they're busy moving through. It is a very good strategy to do the transfer of it, because I think the pillagers did quite the number on the Blue team member, and we are now down to 2 each in the final couple minutes of this round. There is a big potential where we might have a sudden death.
There is, although I do see that one of the banners were misplaced, so currently Stain City is holding that extra banner. I think they are going to make the run for it. Let's see. A banner is being handed to a runner. Let's see if Stain City can quickly gain that lead. Differentiating that draw.
And we're busy seeing that they're the archers busy trying to keep away the Blue player from the Stain City runner. So they are trying to leverage the archers' capacities, and it might be a benefit because they were collecting all of those arrows.
Let's go Stain City. Let's see if Stain City can do that. Banner plays just in time. The defender from Blue is actually doing really well.
Unfortunately,
keeping
I
all
don't
those
think
players
they're
away.
going to get that. But you see a very good tactic by denying placement by staying on the block. And you see that is the big benefit of a defender themselves, is with the armor and everything like that, they take up a fair amount of space.
This is quite an intense match as it's still a tie and we've got less than 1 minute left. Zuan, this is going to be a really close one. I think we might see a draw.
And in the case of a draw, I do think it's important just to note that there might be just a minute or two while we move the players over to the sudden death section of the map. So let's just see how it goes in these final seconds.
Baloo is currently running to the Stain City side. Do they have a banner? Are they running for a plant? And does Baloo actually have a proper defense for that?
It does look like Stain City is trying to capture a banner, so I don't think that there's banners in people's or players' hands at the moment. Last 5 seconds coming in. It does look like it's going to be a sudden death.
Oh, this is going to be interesting. We almost had the banner plant from Stain City. We almost had the plant. Sure, this is going to be very interesting. We're going to take a couple of seconds just to ready the teams into sudden death where they will face each other in a PvP area. So let's see what happens. Our very first draw of the day.
I think it's going to be very interesting to see what's going to happen in the sudden death. Being the first one of the day, I think there were a couple potentials earlier on throughout the tournament and the early stages, but it doesn't seem like these teams are, either team is going to budge.
Our anticipations are running high. I do have to agree with you, Zuan. So we are just taking the next couple of seconds, just making sure that the teams are ready. A couple of commands have to be run in the background from our admin team just to make sure that this sudden death can continue and happen hopefully soon.
Yeah, and I think it's we're going to now see a completely different strategy coming in from the teams as well. And I mean, the tension and anxiety within the last 2 minutes of that round in the stadium was fantastic.
It really was. I must say, quite an interesting approach. I see the players are currently being TP'd to that area. We are just waiting for the last couple of players to teleport to where they need to be. And may the best team win, of course, as always. Now it comes down to your PvP skills. So throw everything that you know about parkour out the door. There's going to be a hand-to-hand just skirmish to the end.
And I think it's definitely going to come down to who's got the best dodging capabilities as well.
Definitely. I think dodging is just as important as attacking. If you can't get hit, you can't get killed. And obviously this is all about not being killed before the enemy team expires.
Oh, very much. So it is important to note that we've got a 2-minute limit on the sudden death. So whoever has the most players standing at the end will win. I highly doubt we're going to have an even score with this one either.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to last 2 minutes, to be honest. We've seen some really good fighters in today's match. So we currently just, as you can see in the bottom right, that we are having teams being ready. I think they're ready. I think they are pumped. This is what it all comes down to. I think they all have been reset, so there won't be any advantage in terms of items. It will just be bare knuckle fighting with no armor and no advantages for either of the teams.
And it's going to be opening for us in 30 seconds. I'm very excited to see how they're going to come out at this, especially considering that there's no weapons involved. And we've got a lot of excitement coming in from the stage area. We are down to the final 5-second countdown for
We're gonna hear the crowd.
sudden death.
Let's hear the crowd as these teams are taking a run. Let's see if they can do it. Stain
First
City
sudden
versus
death of
Blue.
today.
Our very first skirmish to the death. Let's see what happens. So both teams are actually running. We've got some team ups. We've got some 2 versus 1 teams fighting there. Let's see if they can do it. We've got 4 versus 4. Let's see that all the players are still alive. They are running around, ganging up against each other. Let's see who's defending, who's attacking.
It does seem like there is one player from Stain City that might be a little bit injured that's in there and actually not alive.
Oh, another
It
Stain
is
City
down
player.
to the final
Down.
2 players from Stain City, 3 from Baloo Prep.
All comes down to dodging and attacking. We've got one more
And
player left from Stain City
unfortunately,
School. Stain City.
It looks like Baloo
Takes the
has
lead.
taken the sudden death. It was a fantastic round to have that tension run that high the whole time.
Jeez, Zuan, that was quite intense, I must say. I was on the edge of my seat, I can tell you that. Unfortunately, Stain City just didn't make that. Obviously, as soon as your first teammate falls, you enter into a little bit of a disadvantage, so it's very important to also, kind of keep that in mind. Interesting strategies that they took, of course, but we have the win from Baloo. Well done. Quite an interesting match that we've got.
So with that, we have our next round coming up, and that's Crawford Santon versus Centennial Schools. Both, again, had phenomenal starting rounds in this tournament. And then we'll be moving over to our 9th and 10th round. So we are 8 rounds in to today's match. We are just over halfway, deciding who the first winner is.
Yes, sir. I think, now I must say, it is always interesting to see new and exciting maps. This is obviously being our first time having a proper PvP setup. I must say the excitement is the energy is a bit higher, of course, with that, as it is nail-biting when it comes down to that final, especially as we saw now with that skirmish. It's a really intense situation. But again, just well done to Baloo Prep. I do believe we are going to move into a quick ad break now, Suwan. So yes,
please do stay tuned. We will be back shortly for the 8th round in our tournament between Crawford Santon and Centennial Schools.
To be the best.
To beat.
The best.
It's how my friends and I stay connected.
All over the world.
A place to really belong.
Unbelievable love day in and day out.
Because I love it.
It's an escape.
There's nothing else like it.
For that feeling of adrenaline. However, look at this. Synonymous with.
To win.
How could you not like that?
Taking off, flying high like a spaceship. Take control, take a shot, what you're waiting for. Keep it real, never go fake this. So we make it.
And that's why.
Second verse, I'm telling you I'm ready to go, letting you know, cause I'm never below the ones that I roll with, or incredibly known for getting down to the nitty gritty. If you really with me, let's go. Moves made.
So I don't know about you, but some of those ads really do get me hyped up for some gaming. I know it's been a long week, but I will probably go and have to get my gaming fix in a bit later tonight.
Are you talking about gaming, Zuan? I can't even remember my passwords. It's been so long since we've played a proper game. I think it's about time. How do you feel about Minecraft?
Well, we're definitely going to have to fix that and get into it a bit. Might have to ask the team to allow for us to get access to some of these worlds. See how we fare with the Capture the Flag challenge.
I think that will be quite interesting. Approaching our 8th match for the day, we've got Crawford Santon versus the Centennial Schools. Both very strong teams, of course. So they will be playing on the same map as we've seen before. I do not think we have an official name for the map yet. We'll probably determine that or find it out from the team a bit later. But a very interesting map, I must say. Just a I must say, to the creators of the maps, really well put out. These have been really interesting and fun matches to watch, I must say. I think the players are enjoying it as well. It looks good, it plays well, and I think the flow is just something incredible of these maps.
No, it was definitely, you can see there was a lot of work that was put into the development of these maps, carefully thinking about how to challenge each of the players as well as their whole team. And I think that is a big part. Yesterday we saw in the time trials and the speed runs, it was definitely slightly leaning more towards having certain players that are really good at it and carrying the team through. Whereas today there's a big focus on having team coordination and communication in knowing where you're going to be going. And I mean, that directly impacts certain things such as what class you're going to select, who's going to be defending, who's going to be running forward and collecting banners. I mean, we've seen previous matches where team members who are actually in defenders kits are busy collecting banners as well, because that's a completely different strategy. It's something that I did not expect to see.
I must agree with you. Like, I think we all have this idea when we see the match, when we are met with, these challenges ourselves. We obviously then immediately think of what is the strategy going forward, and it's so interesting to see all of the individual, players today coming up with new and creative ideas on how to win this match. I think that's probably the best thing, just to see that everyone has such a unique and creative take on these maps and the way that they execute their moves. It really is something to witness.
And if you are going to be coming through to Comic-Con sometime today, please do stop by the KidsCon Arena. There's a lot of excitement. We've got 30 seconds into our next match, and it is quite something to see the enthusiasm of the players when they're busy setting into their zone and starting to understand how they're going to get going.
That is very true. We're starting in 10 seconds. Centennials blue and Crawford Sanson as red team. Let's see what happens.
And we are a go with our teams spawning in. We've got Centennial Schools immediately on the move, spreading out quite fairly across the map.
Alright, it's a very speedy start, as we can see. These players aren't wasting any time running towards those banners. We do have defenders from Centennials running into the combat. Some archers from Crawford taking out those runners, hitting a whole couple of arrows. Let's see, we've got a 2v1 currently there. Centennial at a disadvantage in that battle. Turning away and running would have been my strategy as well, as 2v1 is not very fun to engage in.
And especially when you have an archer that does not look like he missed too much. We can actually see the arrows embedded in the players themselves. So that generally gives you an indication on how many times they have been hit by one of the archers.
Yeah, it's always very fun to see the amount of arrows. It's a good way to see or to test the skills of the opposite team archer. The more arrows you've got, the better the archer on the other side, right?
Well, the one thing I did enjoy seeing earlier today was when one of the defenders went up against an archer and they were just jam-packed full with arrows on their whole body, looking like a moving porcupine throughout the map.
Oh, we've got a deny from Centennials, just gaining some extra XP for one of their players. It looks like we have one of the Crawford players it's a defender, trying to go the bouncing block section and trying to actually gain that banner. Oh, and he has just been slayed by one of the Centennial players.
And if you look carefully, you can actually see that these might not look incredibly difficult in terms of movement, but it is, because just the bouncing block section requires you to land perfectly in the middle of your slime block box to allow you to jump to the next one and then ultimately onto the platform with the banner.
I do agree, it is quite difficult, even though it might look a bit easier. I do know that there's a lot of thought and precision that goes into these challenges. Even though they look simple, they've been thought out really well, so that the best of the parkour players would be able to execute those moves.
So it's definitely picking the challenge against the skill set again. So again, it always comes down to team communication. And we can see that we actually have 3 of the Crawford-Santon players relatively in the same area at the moment. It seems like they're hanging back in case of a runner from Centennial Schools coming through.
I do not see a lot of banners being placed. I think these teams are both very much PvP orientated, as the score is 0 for Centennials and 0 for Crawford with the 7 minutes remaining mark. So obviously these players are definitely keen on taking out the other team. I do think they do need to start strategizing. Who's running for a plant? Do we have Centennials going for the plant?
It does look like it, and Centennial has gotten a banner in place, a phenomenal run, and we can actually see relatively unscathed. And
well done.
It's 1 each now. Actually, we've seen
Crawford.
that a team member from Crawford-Santon was able to sneak in during the chaos and actually plant it again.
That's a very good strategy as well. I didn't see that coming, and both teams are tied, as we heard, 1 for 1. There's a lot of PV going on at the Crawford spawn. Only 2 players, they've got 3 players at the defensive.
And now, there we go. And we've got, it looks like there's 2 or 3 that generally hang back all the time from both teams at the moment.
Yeah, I do think that most of the players are adopting the same strategy, as it is proving to be quite a good strategy, keeping a very, very strong defense, because those runners are sneaky and will catch you off guard for sure.
100%. We actually just saw a Centennial Schools player take down one of the Crawford team members in the river, or the moat. I assume it is better called the moat.
So very passive play style by some of the Centennial Schools, as one of them are trying to scale up and gain another banner. We've got one of the Centennial players attempting the bouncing block section. Let's see if they can do it. Decides not to, heading into a different direction.
The much easier and quicker path that they've gone, unfortunately not making the rest of it. We are into our final 5 minutes in the match. The way this is running, it's a bit reminiscent of our previous round, isn't it?
It definitely seems that way, Zuan. Crawford is extremely defensive, as they are basically hogging their spawn. I do not see any risks being taken for those banners. I think they've got another strategy here. Just watch the space.
And I think something is definitely going to come out of it. I would also not be surprised if some of them actually want the sudden death.
Alright, so we're seeing that the full Crawford team is actually currently defending their base. Zuan, I think they are waiting for those runners to possibly sneak and provide them with a banner graciously. We do have a invisible defender
Shield
from the Centennial Schools running towards the placement. Can he do it? Armor is on, running, and he misplaces that banner, unfortunately.
The banner, and that is a big mistake that might actually cost them.
Very, very, very true. That banner is misplaced. They have to try and break off the banner, but now it's just a full-on PvP match. Who gets the banner? Who gets the kills?
The unfortunate part is you're generally not going to win a skirmish at the spawn area like that, because as you're busy killing one, the other team members are being respawned. So you're pretty much always up against a full complement of players.
That is very true. We call that obviously the spawn as advantage. We see the Centennial Schools rushing in our last 3 minutes. I think they've got another banner. They're trying to reclaim that, trying to just battle it out for that banner. I don't see any runners gaining any new banners. I think they're fighting for the existing ones. Again, we see this again and again. The spawners advantage for Crawford. As they keep spawning, they always have the upper hand.
And Centennials is definitely busy putting the pressure on with Crawford having to put their defense skills to the test. 100%. It seems like the Centennial team is definitely seeking the placement of the banners, where Crawford's very happy to play a more relaxed and defensive strategy.
As the scores stay the same, I do think that Crawford has decided to send out a couple of runners. Are they going to go and snatch those remaining banners? Perhaps that will put them out of their defensive position, of course. There is only 2 minutes left, however, so these teams are going to have to start and make power moves if any of them are wanting to gain the lead.
And I think the important thing for us as well is that the sudden death isn't necessarily the best place for someone to end, because there you just need a one player disadvantage.
We've got a sneaky play from Crawford.
And
Can he do
we've
the
got
banner
a
plant?
place-
Does he do it? I think he does.
He did.
Crawford takes
There
2
we
for
go.
Crawford. Well done. What a sneaky play
was a
there.
perfect run.
Placing the
But
banner.
We wanted to see there was almost a counter run by one of the Centennial team members. It's coming down to the final 2 minutes here. Brenton, I wonder, 20 seconds actually, even
1 minute and 20 seconds. Almost there, almost there. So we currently have Crawford in the lead with that sneaky move. Very well done from Crawford.
Very excited to see what Centennial's response to that is going to be.
When the last minute counts, Zuan, the tension builds as well. As always, I'm on the edge of my seat. They aren't far, apart. Anything can still happen. Where are the banners?
I think the critical part is whether they actually have active banners ready to place down, because that might be a bit of an issue but for the Centennial team in these final couple of seconds in the match. If Centennial doesn't have any banners on hand, they're going to have to go and get them first.
That is very true. So we have seen interesting strategies where they would wait for the other players to bring the banners to them, kill them and take those banners. I don't think this is happening.
And we are into the final 5 seconds of the match, and we have called it with Crawford taking the win.
Very, very well done from Crawford. I must say, Centennials, valiant effort there from Centennials. I was really impressed. They had good strategies going forward. Unfortunately, Crawford did manage to make a couple of sneaky moves, putting them in the lead at the end of the day. So high risk, always pays off in these kinds of situations. So I'm very excited to see. We've got some really skilled players playing in today's matches. So we are almost moving into the following map. So we just have two matches available, I think, still on this map, and then we'll move over to the second one.
100%. And I have just been informed from our production team that we will be going into intermission at 1:45. So from there we will then have a 30-minute break, give the players a chance to catch their breath, bring the anxiety levels down, and try and eliminate the shutdown from load shedding while we wait for everything to come back up. So if the stream does go down during the intermission, please don't worry, it will come back up as soon as possible. Unfortunately, there is a load shedding issue that we are busy trying to make a work around in. But I am very excited to see what is going to happen in the next upcoming rounds themselves. We've got Holy Rosary and Crawford Lone Hill up next, and I have to say the Holy Rosary team and their enthusiasm, specifically from the crowd and participants, have been phenomenal. From yesterday through to today, there's a big fan base for these Holy Rosary girls.
Definitely, we've got some. I believe the Team Spirit Award was actually given to Holy Rosary during yesterday's matches. So it is always very, very empowering almost to hear their chants from the distance. I must say thank you so much for that team spirit. Always welcome, always very cool. I think it really helps the teams. Just amping that up, getting that adrenaline pumping really helps your team at the end of the day.
And I mean, you could hear those fans going at it in their previous round. Again, Holy Rosary making a fairly decent move over Red Hill Schools to make it into this round. Crawford Lone Hill doing the same against Kahalami Prep. I feel like they've got fairly similar strategies themselves in terms of the use. I do think Lone Hill is a bit more of an aggressive team, where Holy Rosary takes a bit more of a strategic maneuver approach to it all.
Yeah, I don't know. So yes, Holy Rosary definitely has a bit more of a strategic, passive strategic approach, but it has definitely paid off for them, I must admit, especially during the time trials yesterday. It really paid off at the end of the day for them doing a proper strategy, and we could actually hear the teams communicating, saying, "Don't rush, take your time," because on some parts of these maps, you need to focus on precision rather than an aggressive play style. So it does pay off in some situations.
No, most definitely. And I mean, we've seen the benefits of all the different play styles coming through from the teams. I think even in the previous match between Crawford and Centennial, it was quite clear on the different types of strategies that are in there. And I think it's going to come down to also how certain teams that play a certain style ultimately come up against one another. Because I do think certain play styles obviously do have an advantage over others, but the same is true where one play style is better than another one will then beat that play style as well. So I'm very interested to see how a slightly more aggressive run approach from Lone Hill will work against the Holy Rosary team.
What would be your preferred play style, Zuan? Are you more of a passive player or more of an aggressive player?
I would definitely say I'm lean definitely more towards a strategic move on it. A lot of the prep work that we've seen from the Holy Rosary team, stuff that I would do myself. And yours? Do you lean towards a more strategic passive side, or is it full head forward and see how quickly you can get through it?
Well, to be honest, Zuan, I'm definitely more of an aggressive player. I tend to be overconfident sometimes, but most of the time it pays off for me. So, look at that. What a beautiful trophy that we're looking at right now. As the camera zooms in dramatically, what a beauty to behold.
And we can see the players setting up right next to it. It's got to be quite something to play right next to the trophy that you're busy challenging one another for on a fantastic stage, I might add.
No, for sure. I think it adds a little bit something extra if the trophy is within arm's reach. I do think it counts for some sort of motivation. I must say it's going to be really satisfying for the winning team at the end of the day, because these are tough matches that we are experiencing and viewing, right? So I think at the end of the day, there's nothing more satisfying than taking that last win and securing that trophy.
Most definitely. But it is, there are a number of prizes up for grabs for the top 3 teams. A massive shout out to our sponsors that have provided this. I think that the players themselves, regardless of where they end, aren't going to feel too hurt with what they go home with.
I do agree. But I mean, I must say, it's just, even if, it's just good to be here, regardless. I think for all of the teams, just, they practice a lot. They spend a lot of time, sharpening up their skills, gaming, of course, and coming out and putting those skills to a test. That's also fun. That's good progress. I mean, for me personally, I wouldn't count it as a loss at all if you have this opportunity just to be here, just to play in the spirit of Comic-Con. I mean, wow, what a absolute incredible vibe it is here out at Comic-Con, I must say. I'm just really enjoying it to be here, and I think the players, this is something new to them as well. It just all adds that experience, just in general.
And I'm loving the esports community that is very present here in Comic-Con as we're busy getting ready to jump into the next round between Holy Rosary and Crawford Lone Hill with 3 seconds left before that starts off. And we can actually see, mentioning the community, as spectators are busy moving between different stands here at Comic-Con, the interaction with the KidsCon arena itself is quite prevalent as well. We are coming down to the final countdown, moving into the Holy Rosary versus Crawford Lone Hill match with 1 second, and we are live.
Teams are spawning in. Crawford taking a speedy approach. We got a defender and running. We got a full team running towards the center. Nobody on defense. I think they've got a very strong offensive game plan there from Crawford Lone Hill, running straight towards the tree, trying to claim those banners. And from Holy Rosary side, we see that they already are a bit on the defensive side, or keeping those archers at bay. We've got an archer play off there.
But the defender right up in the archer's face at the moment. You can see the different play styles as well. It does seem though that one of the Crawford Lone Hill members did start shifting a little bit back to act as that defender position.
We got some Crawford players chasing around the Holy Rosary players, killing them, unfortunately. And there is a banner that's just been claimed from Crawford. Are they making an aggressive push towards the placement? Are they going to make it? We got a defender currently running with that banner. Let's see if they can make a push for the first placement.
That little grass wall that's there is actually a phenomenal place for a archer to be able to just do a little bit of a jumping upwards shoot.
I see that Crawford is actually making a run for the banner place. That player has a speed boost with the potion, trying to make the plant desperately. Loses the banner, unfortunately.
The banner up. We've got Holy Rosary doing the run with the banner that they just picked up from Crawford Lone Hill. It's going to come down to, unfortunately, didn't have the health to survive that last hit.
Getting denied, unfortunately. Crawford now making a run back. Let's see if they can make it. We got Crawford versus Crawford Lone Hill versus Holy Rosary. These guys are at it. They are relentless in the PvP today.
It's most definitely neck and neck at the moment. And this is all over one banner with 8 still being available throughout the map.
Like I said before, Zuan, there are some aggressive approaches. Let's see if Holy Rosary can maybe perhaps send out a runner while they are 3 of them are on defense, and for me it would make sense to send out at least one runner to try and claim a banner.
We did have 3 members from Holy Rosary swamping the one Centennial player. It looked like a defender armor set that was on the individual themselves, and we are under 7 minutes left in this match.
We got there's a couple of very, very, very strong defense there from Crawford.
And I don't know if the audience online can hear it, but the Holy Rosary team spirit again coming loud and clear through the arena.
Yes, I must say that is very admirable from Holy Rosary. They definitely have very strong support from their fellow players as well. Always amazing to see them come out here bringing their banners. I'm calling it banners, but they always bring decorations and just such a good spirit to the table.
And it does seem like we have a individual using the invisible arrows, but we also had a member from the Crawford side actually passing on equipment by being killed. So it's that deny move again coming in.
Holy Rosary taking a very interesting approach as they are stocking up on watermelons for the HP. We have some PvP between Crawford and Holy Rosary. Unfortunately, Holy Rosary gets denied.
the score is still 0-0, with no team taking the first lead at the moment. And we are coming very close to that half-time mark.
Ali Rosary did make an attempt for that banner, but decided not to, as they are jumping towards the defensive. We do see one of the Holy Rosary players standing firmly on that blue block, making sure no Crawford Lone Hill players shall pass.
Most definitely, we can see actually this was a perfect angle. This is also a great one to see how the Crawford Lone Hill team is busy moving in to try and get that banner placement down.
And we got 5 minutes left. 5 minutes.
Lone Hill actually managed to place. Crawford Lone Hill, well done, placing the first banner for the match. Let's see what happens. They're actually playing a very interesting strategy today.
Most
but
definitely.
They are quite aggressive, I must add.
And the pressure has been relentless from the start of this for the past 5 minutes and what will probably be the next 5 minutes. They will probably keep the pressure up non-stop. But Holy Rosary not backing off at all.
So yes, so as we saw, multiple times, a lot can happen in 5 minutes. We still have a lot to see, I think, as the players are warming up. Obviously, we can see they are definitely more PvP orientated today. It's not about the banners; it's about the kills, it seems. But I do think it is quite challenging, as these are, both very, very strong teams.
Unfortunately, though, the kills will not get them through to the next round. It's only the counting in terms of banner placements that will get you through there. Those are the scores that determine your progression. So we are going to probably see a lot more importance placed in some of the future maps as well. But we do have one of the Crawford Lone Hill individuals trying to do the bouncing block challenge again, with the score still being at 1-0 to Crawford Lone Hill.
Very, very close. I mean, 1-0 isn't a very far, a very big difference. That's literally one banner place away from a draw. So Crawford absolutely just, killing off Holy Rosary at this stage, putting a really strong offensive play forward. One of the Crawford players are currently, attempting to climb the tree. I think they are deciding to keep that defensive position.
I still haven't seen yet players take the banners from the top and place them down at the bottom. I think the risk versus reward at this point in time for the players doesn't lean enough to a reward side for them to take that chance.
That is very true. It differs from each team, of course. I mean, we've got some teams that take incredible risks. Doesn't always pay off, but I mean, I think it's a risk worth taking. We are approaching the last 2 minutes of this match. Score still remains the same, I believe.
Still sitting at 1-0 to Crawford.
Crawford now taking a defensive position again. Not entirely sure what the strategy is here for Crawford Lone Hill team.
But as we could see in the previous matches as well, you can't bank on having your defense at a point where 1 point is safe. We had teams tied at 1-1 with a final blast through in the last 30 seconds to take the win. So it is important to continue trying to stretch that lead to a point where other teams cannot stop you.
Very true. I think also it could be quite intimidating, if you have the lead in the final minute, are you taking at risk for getting another banner to secure your win, or are you taking the defense, which also is not foolproof, as it risks you or actually puts you in risk of being too close to spawn. The other players can easily bump you out of the way and put that banner place down, as we've seen recently.
And I think we are down to the last minute in this match with a 1-0 lead for Crawford. Holy Rosary should be able to try and push something through in these last couple seconds, coming down to the wire at the moment.
Holy Rosary is currently busy pushing, trying to see if they can get that banner plant. Are they going to do it? Are they going to break the score? They nearly places it. The banner got lost in the final 30 seconds. Do we get the
And
place?
we
Yeah,
are
did
down.
put a place down. We've got 1-1. Will this be a draw as it is the final 30 seconds of this match?
Could this be another sudden death round? But we do have the members scattering to see what they can do in these final couple seconds. And the crowd is going absolutely insane.
10 seconds remaining as the crowd is going crazy. This is going to be another draw. I don't think there's any other banners. A draw is better than a lose.
And we are moving to another sudden death.
Sudden death, here we go. Let's see. All comes
Let's see
down
how
to
this goes. And we saw how big an impact it is to lose your first player. So that really comes in. It's how are you going to group and switch between focus points.
I couldn't keep still. I mean, I'm on a different position now. That was quite intense. You know, Holy Rosary pulling that final banner off in the final couple of seconds. That was quite intense. So we're moving on to the sudden death now, as we have seen once before. I think as the teams are, as the tournament bracket progresses, we have the teams' skill levels being a bit more, how can I put it, on the same level, if I can put it like that. And then we have
definitely an evening.
more possibility for a draw because we've got both teams being strong and possibly, using the same strategy. So a draw is unfortunate. It can happen that easily.
And I think that is definitely the best way to look at it, because we still, to this round, not had a team that has been able to finish before the 10-minute mark. We haven't had a team reach the 5 banner stage and win the game as a result of that. We've had teams just barely win, and that clearly shows how close this tournament is. And we've got the Holy Rosary girls on the screen at the moment, up, getting ready for the sudden death.
I think they're nervous, Zuan. I'm nervous. Are you?
I'm nervous for them. I'm nervous for both teams, for both Crawford, Lone Hill, and the Holy Rosary girls. You can see the camera panning towards the Crawford Lone Hill team. I wish both teams best of luck with this 2-minute sudden death.
May the best man or player rather wins. Let's go. Let's see what happens.
And
both teams racing towards the end, the center, hitting each other. We've already got one player down from
Holy
Rosary.
Down still, and another. It does not seem like this is going the way of the Holy Rosary team at the moment. Crawford Lone Hill doing very well with the ganging approach, collectively targeting down your team members.
Oh, it looks like Crawford takes the win.
And another
Taking out Holy
incredibly
Rosary
close match.
completely. What an incredible match. What an incredible match.
An absolute phenomenal match that we've just seen here. The anxiety and the intensity in this arena is palpable at the moment.
I'm very excited. I'm excited. I can't even speak right. I must say.
This has me looking so forward to the next couple of rounds. We are up to the final round, if I'm not mistaken, on this map, the 10th round between the Steyn City team and Centennial Schools, with Steyn City taking up the red side and Centennial Schools taking up the blue side. Okay, welcome back. Very excited to be having a look at the next round playing. This will be the final round on this map. From the 11th round, we will be moving on to the next level, which I am pretty sure has a lot of exciting stuff in store for us.
Centennials versus Stain City is going to be quite an interesting and might I add a very, very interesting. Let's just call it. It's going to be intense, because I mean they're going to have to take this win or drop out of the tournament, unfortunately. So it's all or nothing in this match.
And I don't know if the crowd's going to be able to handle another sudden death in a row. We've had 2 in the last 3 matches. And we are down to the last couple seconds calling with 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And the next round is live between Stain City and Centennial Schools. Stain City taking up the red side and Centennial Schools taking up the blue side. And we've got the Centennial Schools starting to scale up the tree itself.
Interesting. We've got a player from Centennial directly heading for the banners and the tree. I personally wouldn't go there alone. I would ask for some reinforcements if I were you.
But maybe there's as you said earlier, you can be overly confident when running into it, and it only needs to work once.
Did I mention that it not always works, Zwan?
I do believe that. But we do have a banner picked up by the Stain City team themselves.
I believe that is a runner, isn't it? They are going to have to either sneak through. I see only one player currently defending there from Centennial side. 2 players, 3 players. They're very close. Is Stain City going to make a sneaky push through?
Yeah, it seems slightly disjointed at the moment. Can't really make out what the complete move is. We do have Stain City making a move towards the blue side of Centennial Schools. And a misplace again. It does seem to be quite a challenge amongst the team members. I think it's possibly the pure pressure of trying to get that banner in one block alone to be able to get your score.
It is very important to do precision placing when it comes to that, Zuan, definitely. I think it is a big risk to take, as we've said, risks pay off, but unfortunately not always. And now Stain City has given that banner to Centennial, unfortunately, with that move.
And we've got 2 minutes that have already passed in this round. It's still neck and neck at the moment. We have the Stain City with players actually dedicated to its defense, and the same thing is applicable on the Centennial School side. So very interested to see what strategy they're going to bring in at the moment.
I must agree with you. Centennial's putting up a interesting strategy. Do we have any runners? We don't have runners. We're putting a very defensive strategy. One of the Stain City players currently taking a big risk, trying to make a run with the pillages. Will it pay off? We're just going to have to wait and see.
Seems like taking
the
very
player is alone, however, trying to desperately make it. He does grab one banner, picks it up. Will he make the other banner? Tries to get out, unfortunately.
Oh, and stuck. At the moment, unfortunately, there is no way out at the moment, and he's thrown it. Very well played.
Very, very important.
It's a very good
well
move
played
from the Stain City team there. But we do have the Centennial team busy moving up to Stain City's side, trying to pressure the placement.
Blue for 2. Centennial actually takes another score. So wow.
Yeah, Centennial's just taken the lead quite soundly at the moment at a 2-0. We do have Stain City with enough time to make a comeback on this.
There is still a lot of time left, and I might say, that was a very sneaky move from Centennial. We barely even saw that, and before you knew it, they have placed 2 banners, which was really, really.
And I think that's the important part is you never actually know how many banners someone is carrying.
We see some arrows coming, flying their way. The archers are desperately trying to hit those long-range shots.
The swooping shots at the moment. We've got a lot of PvP areas running through at the moment.
Full Stain City team on defense currently. We might have one runner taking it out, 2 runners possibly.
But they are going to have to start making some moves towards trying to put some pressure on the Centennial School's spawn area for their banner placements at the moment.
I think communication is very important in this particular game mode, Zuan. The players need to constantly know where they are. Is there someone at defense? Is there someone at spawn being able to defend? If you see someone running at a distance and you have no one at spawn, are you going to communicate? Are you going to tell your teammates to run to spawn to go and defend?
No, 100%. Couldn't agree with you more on that one. And we actually have Stain City putting down a banner, getting their first point in. So we are currently at a 2-1 with just under 5 minutes remaining on the clock. So Stain City still has time to bring that score even and potentially take the lead. But equally, Centennial has the same opportunity to stretch that lead out.
Yes, we still have a whole bunch of minutes left for anything to happen. I must say, I think that players are starting to realize that, the pillagers there at the top, as infamously as they are taking out a lot of players in today's matches. I don't think anyone is actually very motivated to go and grab those 2 banners, as it is the most difficult banners to acquire. Stain City actually currently holds 1 banner. Will they make a run for it?
It does look like they're busy making moves towards getting there at the moment, and we can actually see that there's a grouping of them. So at the moment we do not actually know 100% who has the banner, who doesn't, and that's going to be relatively confusing from a Centennial defense perspective.
Stain City, just misses the banner plant, unfortunately.
Again, it comes down to that accuracy of the placement.
We've got strong defense here from Stain City School.
No, it's a phenomenal defense from them as well. It's a very close game at the moment. Again, very interesting that we haven't had a team that has been able to get to 5 banners.
But I do think that is quite a challenging task to achieve, Zuan. Judging, even though I think you do need at least one of the 2 banners at the top with the pillagers to secure that 5-point win, which is very, very difficult. And then obviously you can't have too many players trying to attempt the pillagers, as you do need enough players to defend your spawn as well. So it's a very, very risky move to take. I do not think that it's a risk that any of our players today was willing to take.
I have a Centennial at 3 at the moment, with 1 to Stain City. Blue now at 4. So they are 1 away from closing it off and being the first team today to get to 5 banners. I do know, with a little bit of insider information, there are banners that have not been found yet.
Yes, it's very, very true. Actually, these guys are really putting a strong match up, I must say. Centennials, both Centennials and Stain City School are super competitive teams. They've got the strategy down. They know their roles. I think they are starting to gain that confidence in their team now. They've got a really good thing going, I would say.
And you can never put Stain City out at the moment because they are continuously putting back the pressure at the moment, and there's still time left to make back the points at the moment, so we could still very much have a very close ending to this round.
That is very true. I don't think we're going to see a draw. Time is running a bit short, and the difficult banners are the banners remaining, unfortunately. So let's see if they can pull it off. I mean, it is going to be difficult, but not impossible.
All they need is 3 banners.
3 banners
with 1 minute
remaining.
left and that it's a tall feat for the Stain City team at the moment, but I'm sure they are going to give it their absolute all with trying to get these banners placed at the moment.
You see some good defense. Oh, he doesn't make the defense. It's not
And
another banner
a
plant. Just want to
perfect
confirm.
banner
Centennials.
placement again, with Stain City up to 2 points at the moment, Centennial at 4, so there is definitely a build from that perspective.
30 seconds.
Very, very
30
nail
seconds.
biting as we are. Very, very nail biting. I think I need a coffee, Zoan. The match approaches the final 30 seconds. You know, this will get more any intense in the final seconds, isn't it?
Well, it's definitely going to be a much needed intermission coming up, as we are down to the final 5 seconds in this round at the moment, with Centennial Schools taking the win 4-2.
Valiant efforts. What a crazy match that was, I must say. Sheesh. That was quite impressive. I saw some really strong moves from both teams. You know, that was just brilliant, I must say. But obviously, well done to the winners. Yeah, Zoan, I'm speechless.
So we will be moving into a intermission now, but it is important to note, just been informed by the production team, that another point was actually scored by Stain City, bringing it to 4-3, which means it was truly a close nail biter at the end.
For sure. I mean, we did see the teams being neck and neck pretty much throughout the whole match. Both of them pulled out very strong moves. Sure, just intense. Anyway, we're moving on to our intermission now. I think ciao for now. We'll be back in a little bit later, possibly with Cherie and Yaku back as casters.
So thank you very much, and we will see you shortly.
It's important to mention that if the stream goes down, please do not go too far, as we're just going to wait for that generator to back us up, and we'll be back online shortly.